Colleagues, friends, seminar participants, welcome. We have heard that the Deputy Minister is on her way, so she will be here any moment, but just to make sure, we will start anyway. We will start with the introductory part, and when she comes, we will make a break for the official welcoming and introduction and opening of the conference, if you don't mind. So with that, first of all, thank you very much for joining us at this fourth Semantic Interoperability Conference. We're very, very pleased to see you all here. It's a full room, and we're very, very happy to see that. Very excited about this day together. So the annual Semantic Interoperability Conference is organized by the European Commission and the ISA program every year. And this year it is organized with the support and under the auspices of the Greek presidency of the Council of the European Union. And this is in collaboration with the Greek Ministry of Administrative Reform and e-government. And this is the Deputy Minister of that ministry is Mrs. Christofilopoulou, who will open the conference in just a few minutes. And thanks also to the over 20 speakers who are here today to share their experiences with us, and to all the participants. There are more than 100 who have registered for this event, which we're very pleased to see. And we wish everybody a very stimulating and fruitful conference, of course, where we share a lot of experiences with each other and also get to know each other for future collaboration. First, some logistics, points of order. Stampeding is not allowed for coffee breaks. Sorry, that's not in my briefing. Stampeding is allowed. All the coffee breaks and the lunch is served outside here in the hall where you had your morning coffee as well. For the lunch, please make sure you show your badges, because that will give you access to the lunch. So we are not mixed up with other occupants of the building. Restrooms, you probably already saw, are located if you go out that door. You have them to the left. Easy to reach. The event is streamed, and the link is on the conference website. If you want to send it to somebody when you see something very interesting during the day and you want to transmit it, please go ahead. And the agenda is tight, and that's why we wanted to start now and not wait for the Deputy Minister to arrive. So we ask all the speakers to respect the time limit as well on their presentations, and that also in order to make sure that we have time for questions and answers from you during the presentations, after the presentations. And we will tell you, we will do sessions of questions and answers after the different presentations. One after the keynote speaker, and then after the morning sessions in one go, after the speakers from the member states. And that's about the logistics. And now back to the conference. Here we make a break to welcome the Deputy Minister. Good morning. Welcome, please. Yes, please. We're so happy to see you. I'm very happy to be here. So we have with us Mrs. Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Administrative Reform and e-government. Thank you very much for being here and opening the conference. I hand the floor to you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. Tackling with the traffic problem, we have a strike, yet another strike in Greece. We are ready to go to markets again. Everything is restarting, but protests are a part of democracy. So therefore, I'm very sorry to be a bit late, but I'm very happy to be with you, and I want to congratulate you all, the European Commission, ISA, and of course the Centre, our own Centre for Public Administration here in Greece, for co-organizing this event. We're very happy in the Greek government and under the auspices of the Greek presidents to host such events. Why is that? It is because we firmly believe that opening up data in Europe, across Europe, is a challenge for growth, is a challenge that would enable small entrepreneurs, everyday citizens, to access information and process information that would make a difference to their lives, a difference to their everyday lives, such as catching the bus or knowing where to find the best museums if you are a tourist across Europe. And we have so many monuments, not only here in Greece, but throughout Europe. But also for entrepreneurs who would process the data. So it's important to open data, but it's also very important to have open data in such a way that I'm sure you all very knowledgeable. I'm not a computer specialist. I may be a deputy minister for e-government, but I'm not a computer specialist. Actually, I've studied and taught public administration, and I know very well from my own path in life how important it is to debureaucratize, and how important a tool electronic technology is to facilitate this debureaucratization. So semantic interoperability as a whole is a challenge for us in Greece. It's a challenge because it is a major principle for our e-government strategy that is now being unfolded into and implemented into an action plan. It is very important for a country such as ours that has multiple registers to not only to make them interoperable, but to process the information in such a way that they can talk to each other. They can talk to each other, and through the vocabulary that the ISA program has set, and we are trying to sort of try and build up this vocabulary on our parts. How important it is for those registers to be able to exchange information among them, in between them. And secondly, it is very important for us in order to be able to augment some of our best practices, and I just want to take 2 more minutes to talk to you about a Greek best practice. And we're very, very proud of our transparency portal. You know, Greece, alongside other countries, has had and still has a transparency problem. So we created this transparency portal. The Greek word is diavia. What it does, it uploads every government decision, every public sector decision, every municipal decision on the internet. Recently, we have passed a law whereby no such decision is effected, creates results, unless it is uploaded on the internet. Now the challenge is that we have this program started 2010 in Greece. At the moment, we have 11 million such decisions on the internet. We are now ready to launch Diavia 2, which is Transparency Portal, the second phase. Make it more user-friendly, open it up to people with disabilities, be able to have access to this portal and to the information, and of course create search mechanisms, making them more effective, so as to facilitate the processing of information, the cross-checking of information, and facilitate citizens' control of the administration, of the decisions taken, of the money spent. This very good practice has lots and lots of information. Well, some of it are not being understood by other registries, such as our census register. And so I think it's very important not only to try and make and connect the different data systems that we have, but also to make them understand each other and have a vocabulary that would make things flow and be more useful. And therefore I just wanted to share a few words before opening this conference and wishing you all a very fruitful discussion for the period you will be together. And I hope that all of us, the Greek government included, will have many new thoughts, ideas and proposals to work with after the conference. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mrs. Deputy Minister, for opening this conference, for welcoming us here in Athens, and also for sharing with us some of your good experiences of e-government here in Greece. So thank you very much for that. We now start the conference. I will start by introducing myself as well. I'm Gertrude Ingestad. I'm Director in DG Digit, so working with the ISA unit. And we have the head of the ISA unit here as well, Margarita Bekazis, to my right. We have Mr. Vasilios Peristeras to my left, who is also working more particularly on semantic interoperability. We also have a row of very distinguished speakers. We have our keynote speaker, Mr. Kshemendra Paul, here from the United States, who you will hear in a few minutes as well. And we have a list of very distinguished speakers from the member states as well here, and other organizations that we will hear during the day. So I want to start by saying I wish us all a very, very fruitful conference. Use the day to the full, and to use the contacts we get today to further our work over the coming period. So, semantic interoperability, to just say a few words to begin with to set our minds. Semantic interoperability refers to the capacity of information systems and applications to exchange information in a meaningful way. In the public administration context, this means enabling public agencies to exchange data and public sector information that is understandable by all communication partners, can be aggregated and combined with other data and information, and can be used to provide public services by agencies across different countries and policy domains. There is significant progress in the area of technical interoperability, but the semantic barriers are still very prominent and difficult to overcome, especially when we discuss public European services. And although interoperability solutions exist at the level of specific domains, for example, health, taxation, and statistics, we still have a lot to do to enable cross-domain interoperability, to make the information sharing environment more homogeneous across the different functions of government. This year, the theme for our conference is metadata governance and management, which is considered a key enabler for semantic interoperability between public administrations. Metadata are semantic standards used to structure and describe information. They are important assets, but they also need sound and appropriate governance and management processes. We see this already happening in Europe, where countries realize the importance of metadata in their e-government agendas. And today our event brings together speakers from EU member states' public administrations, European institutions and the private sector, and they're all ready to share their first-hand experiences with all of us. Moreover, our keynote speaker, Mr. Kshemendra Paul, will share with us the experience on semantic interoperability from the US Information Sharing Environment Initiative. The conference comprises 2 tracks, one on metadata governance and management, and one on semantic interoperability after lunch. In the metadata governance and management track, our speakers from Estonia, Germany, and the Netherlands will bring the member states' perspective on national practices on metadata management. And then we will complement this by the presentation of the recent survey on metadata management and governance in Europe, which the ISA program has carried out. And then after lunch, in the semantic interoperability track, speakers from the European Union institutions, the member states, the United Nations and the industry will report on developments related to semantic standards for public administrations. And this will cover both information exchange in the context of cross-border and sector and cross-sector public services. and open data. And just to warn you, at the end of the conference today, we will pass out a quiz, and we will send back the report to your different organizations, your different hosts, organizations. So pay attention. And we will also have a list of how many people you've connected with during the day. So with this, we welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Kshmendra Paul. He is program manager for the European, environment, information sharing environment, the NEEM initiative. Sorry, I will have my correct notes. I'm very sorry. We start with the ISA program. This is a very good start. Apologies. We start with a presentation of the ISA program by Margarida Abekasis, head of unit for the ISA program, and then we'll also have Mr. Peristeras, who will continue the presentation. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Gertrude. So good morning, everyone. I'm here a little bit to set the scene, which will be a little bit difficult after the introduction of the Vice Minister, which I think it was very clear in setting already the scene. So I take the risk of duplicating a little bit the words that you have said. No, I will try. Okay. So yesterday, I was speaking at the European Union Public Administration Network. And the purpose of my presentation yesterday was to raise their attention of these people around the table, which are not the technical people, not semantic knowledge, to raise their attention to the importance of interoperability. Today I will use the same slides, but I will turn around my presentation. So the point here is not to raise your attention for the importance of interoperability, because you know the importance of interoperability, but instead to set a little bit the scene and to remind you of our final goal, the final purpose of our work. And the final purpose of our work, it is the modernization of public administration. So I've heard over and over again the words of administrative simplification, points of single contact, one-stop shop, only once encoding principle, reducing administrative burdens. These words were over and over repeated in this context of the European Union Public Administration Network. And to achieve these objectives, interoperability is a must. And that's luckily, it is already, I think, in the heads of the political, and we thank the Vice Minister for being here, which shows, in a certain way, that the political level is becoming more and more aware of this importance. And this is also obvious by the European Council conclusions in October, where interoperability is mentioned as an important goal to achieve and to be promoted. So in this context, there is also some figures that show this importance, and not only from the administrative side and the savings that we can achieve in the administrations, but also from the public and the citizens and the business that can gain with interoperability. This slide shows some figures from a research work that has been done. There are several models that have been developed to this purpose. I think this is very interesting because it is simple. So it just takes the GDP of a country, the inhabitants of the country. It supposes that there are X number of hours of work per year, and it supposes that each citizen has to execute 10 transactions. Each transaction serves 30 minutes, and then it comes out with a figure. There are 3 examples, Belgium, Germany, and Italy. These figures, I think, are impressive. So you can decrease the number of interactions with the public administrations, you can decrease the number of minutes that you take in the public administrations, but in any case, the figure that you come out, it is impressive. So interoperability matters matters to the business and citizens, and it matters to the public administration. And in this context, the ISA program takes all this importance, and the objectives of ISA program are precisely this. So in one way, it's to support the cross-border and cross-sector interaction between European public administrations, to share and reuse solutions around public administrations, and to support the implementation of EU policies. So that sets the scene for the ISA program. And then one message that I would like to pass here, and I think it is important that we all have it in our minds, is that for as much as we like the technical aspect of our work, and you are semantic experts, we cannot forget the whole picture. And to achieve interoperability, you need to focus in have a holistic approach, and you need to not forget that your work must follow a strategic line. It must be structured. It must be structured around a knowledge of what exists. We are not here for the pleasure. Of course, we want to have pleasure in our work, but we should guide our work by what is needed and the fundamental requirements that are behind us. So an holistic approach of our work, it is required, and we have given the example of ISA program in the slide, but for as long as this holistic approach is taken, different models can be used. And to end this short presentation of the ISA program, just an overview of how we classify our outputs, and again, with the perspective that we must justify our work, our results. We must show that our work has an added value for the administrations. And that's why we have classified our work in these different chapters that are important for our stakeholders. And you see there semantics position as an important interoperability enabler. And I take this occasion to pass the floor to Vasilius so that he will address the semantics aspects introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margarita. Just to say also thank you to the Deputy Minister that is leaving now for coming and opening the event. Also to thank once again the keynote speaker for accepting our invitation to come from the US here. Also all the speakers and also all of you for this participation. Being responsible for the organization of event, I'm quite happy that we have this very good collection of talks today, and this very also nice collection of attendance in the audience. So I will very briefly present 2 points. I have only 5 slides. So the first is an introduction to what semantics and semantic interoperability is, and I will explain why I'm giving this introduction. And the second point is a very brief introduction, basically, on what we do in the ISA program to promote semantic interoperability. So what semantics is about? Semantics it used to be a very obscure term, let's say, for several years or decades. Not only for the ordinary person, but also for IT experts, that they considered usually that semantics is a strange cocktail of theories from logic and cutting-edge computer science with some linguistics and perhaps also a bit of philosophy inside it. So this more or less was the perception of what semantics and what semantic interoperability was about. So philosophy was also important. I think that I need to remind you that it was Greek ancient philosophers that basically introduced the term ontology and introduced the exercise of abstract modeling 2,500 years back in neighborhoods that are not that far away from where we are now, or perhaps even quite close to the neighborhood that we are here. So, nevertheless, this topic has is not anymore a kind of an exotic topic only for universities, PhD studies, and for professors to write papers. Currently, IT practitioners consider semantic interoperability, together with organizational interoperability, perhaps the most important barriers for information exchange. We discuss continuously with the member states, and it is member states administrations that have identified semantic interoperability barriers as perhaps the most challenging barriers currently to exchange information, both inside one country but also at the pan-European level. So this topic is not anymore an exotic topic. It's something that has entered the agendas of IT practitioners, the agendas of different governments, and it's very clear. Nevertheless, the idea behind semantics is quite clear and quite simple, I would say. At the end of the day, when we talk about semantics, it's about agreements. It's about agreeing on how we describe information and about agreements on what the meaning of this information is. In this slide, we can see a semantic interoperability expert getting a bit wild, as he has just discovered the perfect formalism to describe physical objects. So this is the core of the idea of semantic interoperability, on agreeing what to call how. Okay? So the gentleman here, the expert here, basically has just discovered some core vocabularies. He has just defined some core concepts in a very clear way that gives no ambiguation and no vagueness on the terms that are used. So going to the European interoperability framework, the European interoperability framework defines different levels of interoperability, so technical, semantic, organizational. So we have done a lot of work on technical interoperability level. The question is, how do we promote technical interoperability? How have we succeeded so well on technical interoperability? This is why, for example, your mobile works here in Athens, it works also in Brussels, it works in Tokyo, and it works in LA. This is why you can get money from an ATM machine wherever you are in the world. So in the technical interoperability level, we have done great progress. But what was the driving force of this progress? Just putting this question because perhaps we can learn of what worked well at the technical interoperability level, so that we could try to see how we could use the lessons learned also now that we are trying to move a little bit further and try to facilitate the semantic interoperability level. So the answer to this can be found in a report that was published 100 years ago in the US. It was called Waste in Industry, and it identified at the peak of the industrial era that what were the different factors that contribute a huge waste at that time in the industry. In the industry at that time, the basic industry at that time has been constructions, railways, chemical engineering perhaps, etc. And the report identified that lack of standardization was one of the reasons that we suffered at that point from a huge waste in industry. So during this century, a lot has been done in the standardization area. But what is really standardization, and what is really a standard, and what is a standardization organization? I think that it's interesting to pause and reflect a bit on these concepts. So a standard is basically an agreement. A standardization process is a social process, where basically you have people around the table to agree on a common specification. And the standardization bodies, what is their business? They facilitate this social process. So this is how it worked. This is how we achieve the level of technical interoperability that we currently have. I know that some of you may not be that happy yet with the level that we have. You may discuss about fragmentation, still conflicts, etc., but nevertheless, we still have achieved huge results and huge benefits out of the technical standards that we are using currently. The web itself wouldn't be possible unless we all used the same standard. So, with this in mind, that the role of standardization, if we move to semantic interoperability, in the ISA unit we strongly believe that we should take a similar approach, and that the key for achieving semantic interoperability is open semantic standards. We move from the industrial era to what we call information society and to what we call also information industry. And in the information industry, the important component, the core, is information. So for achieving interoperability at the information level, technical interoperability is not enough, because in the technical interoperability, you just transmit signals. You don't transmit meaning. So what you really need and what we really need to do now, moving to the information society, is to standardize the way that we represent information. So this is something new. It is something that has happened and is happening now. It has started, I would say, some years ago. And in our understanding, this is the future. This is where we are going. We are extending the standardization effort. We are extending this social process from the technical layer to the semantic layer, simply because also our economies move. They are not anymore, let's say, based on only on technical standards. Of course, they use the technical standards, but they need this extra layer on top in order to develop and in order to deliver the value that has been promised. So if you want more information and details on this approach, which is more or less the ISA approach on semantic interoperability, we have recently published this paper on IEEE intelligent systems, explaining exactly the concept how semantic standards can help us to prevent waste in the information industry. So with this introduction, a couple of slides for our work in the area. So what do we do? Please keep in mind the importance that we give on semantic standardization and on common agreements. The social process, agreeing for common definition of information. So what we are doing in this area? First, let's say I'm describing the problem space. So what is the problem that we are trying to face? So the first thing is that we are aware that there are already several semantic standards available from governments, from international standardization organizations, from projects, from European organizations, from other third parties, etc. How could we make visible what already exists? Why is this important? Just giving a very simple example. Just imagine that you try to develop a new information system for a university, somewhere in Europe or in the world. You are quite sure that there were hundreds or even thousands of people before you that have developed an information system and a data model for a university. However, you don't have access to this knowledge, so you need to create a data model for a university from scratch. Could we improve this? Could we increase the visibility of what is already available so that people could identify what exists and not start always from scratch? It's both that you waste money and resources, but also that you create systems and solutions that are not compatible. The second problem is that although we have all these different standardization activities, we realize that there is still not a common agreement on some very basic concepts. Basic concepts like how we describe a person, how we describe a business, how we describe a location, how we describe a public service. We still don't have this level of agreement. So that was the second problem that we identified. Then we identified another problem with open data. So open data is nice, and since 2008 we see that several countries establish open data portals, which is great. In European Union currently we have more than 150 open data portals operating at national, regional, municipality level. We even have municipalities with more than 1, 2, 3 different portals. Now the question becomes, how could I find what I'm looking for? I'm looking, let's say, for the air pollution in big European cities. In which portal could I find this information? Again, this is the problem. I'm discussing only the problem space for the time being. And last but not least, we try to raise awareness on the importance of semantic interoperability and metadata management. There are some countries that are already at the forehead of this discussion, and you will see some presentations already today for very important work that has been done in several member states. We really need to raise awareness, and we really need to make this work clear also to all the other member states, because sooner or later they will move towards the same direction. Sooner or later they will identify the same problems. And ignoring the problems does not mean that they do not have the costs. So what we have done in the first area, making visible existing solutions, we have created the asset description metadata schema, which is a specification of how you describe semantic standards. I'm speaking very briefly about them, but you can find plenty of references if you visit the JoinUp platform. So we are very happy that this has become a W3C node. So W3C has taken our work and has made it a W3C node, which means that it's now a kind of an international, let's say, standard or specification. And we have implemented in JoinUp a catalog of semantic standards that currently already federates more than 23 different repositories, keeping information about semantic standards as a yellow page infrastructure, providing only metadata information about this semantic standard. So this is one single access point from where you can go and you can find more than 2,000 specifications that perhaps fit to your project. Second point with establishing agreements on basic semantics. We have created the core vocabularies. So we have created 4 core vocabularies for the time being: person, business, location, and public service. The business already has been taken over again by W3C, and it's part now of the organization ontology in W3C. So we continue this work, and we try to see how we could really use this work now in the national interoperability frameworks of the member states, in the different activities inside the European Union, and so on and so forth. For improving interoperability of open data, you will have the opportunity to see a dedicated presentation for this by our colleague from DG Connect later. So we have developed together with DG Connect and with the Publications Office, because we work in close collaboration with all different actors in the European Union and the member states, what we call the DCAT application profile. This is a metadata standard for describing dataset. And already there are plans that will be explained by my colleague later that this specification will be used for the implementation of the CEF open data infrastructure. Last but not least, we we draft studies, communications. We also organize visits to member states. So this is also an open invitation for any one of you coming from member states. If you see that this is relevant to what you are doing, please contact us, and we will be more than happy to visit you. We have already arranged the first visits to the member states to discuss these specific problems and to discuss how exactly all these solutions can be integrated inside the national frameworks. So I'm closing my presentation with some basic, let's say, some fundamentals on our approach, and which was the past, present, and future work for us. We deliberately and very consciously try to pursue the broader possible engagement and collaboration using open processes. We are very strict on this. We only work with open processes. All our development is open to everybody, so everybody is welcome to participate in the development of core vocabularies, development of any specification that the ISA program develops. Individuals, organizations, member states, not only European, but also from all over the world. It's an open doors policy, clearly. And we strongly believe in collaboration. Minimalistic and incremental approach to avoid overspecification. We really don't want to create huge specifications once again. We don't need more standards in an area that is overpopulated. We just try to identify the common denominator. Our approach is minimalistic. The core vocabularies are not, again, standards in the same topics. They are minimalistic standards, basic, really very small data models. If you take a look, you will understand what I'm talking about, that have identified the common denominator of existing standards in these areas, just trying to play the role of metadata standards, if you allow me this abstraction. Last but not least, internationalization of activities and solutions, and this is my last point of my presentation, perhaps the most important. Because what we try to do there, more and more we realize that we face all over the world the same problems. We face the same problems, and interestingly enough, we develop independently more or less similar solutions. So we know now that this is the situation with the US, and we had some very interesting discussion yesterday with Semendra. We know, and we are already in contact with the Japanese government, for example, and we know that this is also the case. So we see a huge opportunity and also a risk. The opportunity is that we join forces and we find solutions that are really global solutions. It doesn't make sense to create European or country or regional or whatever standards. standards should be global. And this is a lesson that we have learned also from technical interoperability. When you have conflicting standards, then you have lower industry adoption and so on and so forth. Standards should be global, because then you make it also for the industry, you make it also easier for the innovation to build on top of these global standards. So we really support a lot this idea of moving toward internationalization of our efforts, of the efforts that others are doing, so that we join forces together and we create, let's say, one group of organizations that work at a global level for promoting global standards. This is very important. So I think that it's very important to stop working in isolation. I strongly believe, and we strongly believe in ISA, that agreeing on common semantic standards and framework is the only way to prevent further creating waste in the information industry. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Margarita and Vasilios, for this overview first of the ISA program and then on semantic angles to set our minds for the day's work. And on this very positive note, encouraging open doors and internationalization, we're very happy to welcome finally Kshemendra Paul, so from the United States. Kshemendra is a program manager for the information sharing environment. It's a program in the United States. And one of the key successes of this program is NIM, the National Information Exchange Model, which is a framework that particularly targets semantic interoperability in the US public sector. So thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is that better? Good morning. Thank you to our Greek hosts. The Deputy Minister's remarks about open government were heartfelt, and I appreciate them. I'm a firm believer, too, in open government. Government should be transparent. Government should be participatory. Government should be collaborative. I also want to thank my counterparts with the European Commission for the gracious invitation and the opportunity to spend the day here with you all, and also the opportunity to spend a little time in the wonderful city of Athens, Greece. I'm going to make some remarks, and then I'm going to entertain questions. Hopefully we'll have a little interactive question and answer period, and if for some reason you don't want to ask a question, or I'll be here all day, come and approach me during the breaks or in the evening reception time. So I'm going to talk briefly about my office and where we're situated in the U.S. government. I'm going to talk about the national strategy for information sharing and safeguarding, the strategy that drives the work of my office. I'm going to give an update on the National Information Exchange Model, a key semantic interoperability tool in the U.S. and increasingly internationally. I want to share an exciting development. We launched actually last week, the week before last, the Project Interoperability, and I hope that you'll see some parallels between what we're doing with Project Interoperability and what the ISA program is doing or has done with the JoinUp platform. I think and that'll actually maybe offer some opportunities for collaboration, and that's where I want to end the formal remarks. So our vision is national security through responsible information sharing. My office has a three-part mission: advancing counterterrorism, homeland security, and cybersecurity information sharing, improving decision-making by catalyzing a transformation from information ownership to information stewardship, really an information interoperability mission, and then finally to promote partnerships through sharing best practices, governance activities, performance management, and collaboration engagement with our various stakeholders. And we have a very large scope. We span 5 core communities: law enforcement, defense, intelligence, homeland security, foreign affairs, a variety of mission partners across the federal U.S. government, our state, local, tribal government partners, government entities inside the United States, the private sector, critical infrastructure owner-operators, and also international allies. Now, the information technology industry is shown as a platform here because we take a standards and architecture approach. The only way to really drive information interoperability with such a broad set of stakeholders is by working with IT industry and formulating, profiling, and driving adoption of standard approaches to information interoperability. Now, the roots of my office go back to the tragic events of 9/11, September 11th, 2001. The 9/11 Commission in the U.S. Did a detailed analysis of those events and found that failures around information sharing were a root cause of what happened. How many are familiar here with the Markle Foundation? Is that so? The Markle Foundation did some seminal policy work shortly after the 9/11 Commission. Leaders from the technology industry in the U.S., Silicon Valley, privacy advocates, and national security experts came together and sketched out a distributed, decentralized approach to information sharing based on interoperability. Very important set of ideas early on. Skipping the stuff in the middle, the National Strategy for Information Sharing in 2007 gave us the initial impetus to connect the federal government more closely with state and local law enforcement. In the United States, 18,000 police departments, 90% of which have 50 or fewer sworn officers. Very decentralized, very distributed law enforcement. So being able to connect the law enforcement nationally was a key initial focus. More recently, in December 2012, President Obama signed out the National Strategy for Information Sharing and Safeguarding. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Now, just a little bit about the office. We're located administratively in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, but aligned with the White House. So I co-chair a White House Policy Committee on Information Sharing and Access. It provides that whole of government view. So looking at the very broad terrain that we operate in, there's a lot of acronyms on this slide. I'm sure that a similar slide in Europe would have a similar set of acronyms. The acronyms aren't important. What really gets to be important is the need to interconnect whole of government approaches. Several different key drivers, multiple missions, multiple authorities, drive a need for a national approach to interoperability in the U.S. There's a lot of, in the last number of years, a lot of financial pressures in the U.S. I know that's the same here in Europe, in the public sector. Drive a need for more interoperable solutions, integrated capabilities, shared services to address, extreme fragmentation. And then finally, the threat picture. It's evolving and converging with the importance now of, adequate defenses on cybersecurity. So that takes you in the direction of common operating models that are flexible, that operate against multiple threats and multiple types of service needs. Some examples of some things that, key initiatives of the office, things like the National Network of Fusion Centers. Every state, all 50 states, most urban areas have a fusion center run by state or local law enforcement connected into a national capability. That's the key to information sharing in the U.S. It came into the fore during the recent Boston Marathon bombing last year, key to the response, the fast response there. Another example of a flagship initiative of the office is the nationwide Suspicious Activity Reporting Initiative, Neighborhood Watch for the Nation. Doing what police officers do in their community, for 100, 150 years. An officer in the community sees something suspicious, takes action to protect their community. What we've done with the Suspicious Activity Reporting Initiative is build a common operating process for sharing that information with strong protection for privacy, civil liberties, and civil rights. It's been successful with 400,000 frontline officers having gone through consistent training and sharing this information, and now we're looking at extending this model to countering human trafficking, a key issue, a key national security threat. Also, a terrible thing in terms of impact in the communities. So I want to now talk a little bit about the national strategy, and I'm going to read the first paragraph in President Obama's cover letter. As President, I have no greater responsibility than ensuring the safety and security of the United States and the American people. Meeting this responsibility requires the closest possible cooperation among our intelligence, military, diplomatic, homeland security, law enforcement, and public health communities, as well as with our partners at the state and local level and in the private sector. This cooperation in turn demands a timely and effective sharing of intelligence and information about threats to our nation with those who need it, from the President to the police officer in the street. Critical in the idea of the national strategy is a whole-of-government approach to sharing. It's true today that almost any challenge we face as a society, whether it's the national security, homeland security challenges, public safety challenges, whether it's climate change, retirement security, require a whole-of-government approach which spans jurisdictional boundaries, that spans different domains of activity. The strategy recognizes that and codifies three core principles. Information as a national asset. As an asset, the information needs to be safeguarded both in terms of the information security as well as the privacy of personally identifiable information that might be in that in the information. The strategy talks about a risk management approach, where sharing and safeguarding are two sides of the same coin. And finally, the strategy talks about the purpose of information sharing. It's not to create pools of data, it's to support better decision making, to prevent harm, and actuate better delivery of services to citizens. Now, there's 5 goals in the strategy. The first one goes to governance, collective action through collaboration and accountability. The second goal is about common standards for access and discovery of information. The third goal is around shared services and interoperability. The fourth goal is around information security. The fifth goal is around protection of privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties through consistency and compliance. Really, a lot of this comes to more effective controls on information dissemination to be able to, through better safeguarding, to be able to do better sharing of information. Now, the strategy was issued last year. We spent in December of 2012, we spent 2013 building an implementation plan that spanned the entire federal government. We issued the strategic implementation plan, my office together with the White House, in December of 2013. The strategic implementation plan covers 16 priority objectives, has milestones, defines specific deliverables, and has performance-based oversight. It's a key to being able to continue to deliver progress against the goals and principles in the strategy. Now, let me give an update on the National Information Exchange Model. So, the tragic events of 9/11, it really came back to, and I think Vasilios talked about this, a key recognition that semantic interoperability was at the root of some of the information sharing failures that occurred on 9/11. Through that activity, there was a real push to develop a cross-domain approach, and that came together with, in 2005, with the founding of the National Information Exchange Model Project between the U.S. Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. NEAM was based on XML vocabularies that were developed from state and local law enforcement and legal vocabularies. And the key to NEAM and thinking about what makes NEAM different and why it's been successful is it's a federated approach. There's a common core where there's universal governance among the stakeholders, agreement on the core essential elements, and then a federated set of domains, up to 19 now, 19 domains, covering things like delivery of human services, immigration, screening, international trade, justice and public safety, maritime domain awareness, a variety of different domains. So different communities govern their own domain, but they come together to govern the core and the technical aspects of the model. The model also has a repeatable process for defining reusable information exchange specifications. We call those IEPDs, Information Exchange Package Descriptions. That allows for authoritative development of reference information exchange standards that are reusable and are used broadly. And it's been a key success to the NEAM process. It's community-based. There's broad adoption in the United States, broad adoption among our state and local stakeholders, broad adoption across different domains of activity. There's also international interest and engagement. The conversation with the ISA program started in 2012. We did an initial joint look at some core objects and found high degree of overlap between the core semantic assets within the ISA program and within the NEAM core, something on the order of 80+%, where we thought there was overlap. Europol is another place where we have linkages. Europol's Pan-European Criminal Intelligence Fusion Center. They do cybersecurity also, look at narcotics, things like that. Because of our law enforcement background, strong connections there. Australia is also using a variant of the model. They call it GEM, Government Information Exchange Model, where they took a version and transplanted it. An interesting case study is the European pool against organized crime. Looked at the NEAM model, were able to leverage it pretty directly to develop a reference information model that quite a number of member states here in the European Union use to interconnect case management systems. There's some further conversation with this group and the Europol group around something called UMF2 and what the way forward on that looks like, a universal messaging format. More information about this is available on the website, but it's interesting to see the collaboration and around the law enforcement domain and around the semantic interoperability standards. Another successful international engagement is something called North America Day. This is a forum where the chief information officers from the United States, Canada, and Mexico have come together for a number of years to share best practices. In the summer of 2011, we signed a memorandum of understanding between the three countries to share best practices around information interoperability. That provided an umbrella to do some pilot projects around NEAM. So specifically, we did a pilot project on public safety and then another one on public health. Both were very successful. As a result, Canada is in the process of adopting the National Information Exchange Model, in part by participating in the NEAM governance structure, as well as setting up a Center of Excellence for NEAM in Ottawa. Some of the projects that occurred are a citizen immigration project between U.S. and Canada, sharing biometrics-related information for individuals that are crossing the border, streamlining that process. So a big milestone in the NEAM community is the launch of NEAM 3.0. Now, I'm curious how many in the audience have been following, you work in the U.S. on NEAM, anybody? So there's a few. So you're familiar then with the launch of NEAM 3.0. It's the first major release of NEAM in a number of years. A couple of key milestones here I wanted to celebrate. One is there was a real focus on data quality, right? Making sure that the model was semantically tight. As a result of that, we've had a real drop-off in the number of calls to the NEAM help desk from the different practitioners that use the model. Again, that's a reflection of a lot of the work that happened, the community-based review of the different domains, the 19 different domains in NEAM, in the process with developing NEAM. So, in addition to the domains that were delivered with the NEAM 3.0 launch, the U.S. Department of Defense is integrating a military operations domain into NEAM. That's coming just about this time. It's about 3 months after the launch of NEAM 3.0. That's important in the context of U.S. Work with their NATO partners here in Europe. A lot of joint work in terms of military planning frameworks and command and control and the like. The other big development in the NEAM community is NEAM UML. So one of the big evolutions with the NEAM community over the last 3 years has been greater alignment with international standards organizations, in particular the Object Management Group, OMG, and through that process we've put together a UML profile for NEAM. So the NEAM model now is available as a profile for UML. So if you use UML tools, there's 2 commercial tools. There's an open source plugin, an Eclipse plugin that's available on our website to use your UML tools to be able to do NEAM. We're on a path with the NEAM community to moving model management to the UML version of NEAM. And one of the more exciting things is a new domain, cybersecurity, is being developed within the OMG structure as a threat modeling domain, which will demonstrate to the NEAM community the ability to move domain governance into standards, international standards organizations. Again, key to the evolution of NEAM, evolving to be more firmly rooted in international voluntary consensus standard organizations, a commitment we share with the ISA program. Okay, so now I want to talk about project interoperability. Now, the goal of project interoperability was to package the information interoperability tools and frameworks that we've developed over the last decade of information sharing activity in the U.S. and to anchor them firmly underneath our Standards Coordinating Council, and I'll come back to that in a minute. We're focused on the white space between agencies. It's about information interoperability, not anything internal to agencies. It's mission and framework agnostic. My mission is, the terrorism-related information sharing, but the frameworks we use are entirely horizontal and best practice based, and we, think that that's demonstrated through the work on project interoperability. There's a focus on modular development, extending existing capabilities. We think about these modules as modules that cut across multiple information sharing trading partners that are based on common operating models for specific business exchanges. And it's practitioner focused. That's been how we've developed in the U.S. here, again, with our roots with state and local law enforcement and having grown now to extend across many different domains. Now, there's a list of architectural tools. These tools didn't come from a top-down sort of analysis of the space. They emerged more organically from work of our practitioners. So alignment tools, an attribute exchange, a managed service for attributes, and a profile for profiling standards at the different levels, a data aggregation reference architecture, a series of exchange patterns that reflect the work that we've been doing, a degree of work around geospatial information sharing and alignment with the geospatial markup language with the Open Geospatial Consortium, tools around identity and access management. I want to highlight the maturity model because in our work, independent of the ISA program, the team that put this together identified the work of the ISA as a best practice. And we are leveraging directly the ISA work in our maturity model for information sharing. Of course, the National Information Exchange model is also a tool. Now, let me give you 2 examples. One is a mission-oriented example of how we're using project interoperability. The other is more of a framework-oriented example. So New Jersey is a state in the U.S. immediately next to New York City. On 9/11, 900 citizens from the state of New Jersey perished. There's a real focus on Homeland Security because of that there, but also the broader public safety mission. Now, how many folks here watch U.S. television? So occasionally. How many have seen the show The Sopranos? So some of you are familiar with it? So that show is set in northern New Jersey, right across from New York City. That's a fairly high crime area in New Jersey. A land area of about 4 to 6% has 50 to 60% of the violent crime in the state. We partnered with the state police in New Jersey to build out a statewide information sharing environment. The vision that they had was to connect the 476 police departments in the state into an integrated architecture so that all of the frontline officers could share information effectively. 3 levels of innovation here. Number one was the governance innovation, putting together in this pretty fragmented environment an integrated governance structure that spans between the state police, the Attorney General, the Governor's Office, the Homeland Security Advisor, and many other stakeholders so that they could actually have an authoritative approach to connecting systems in the state. Second level of innovation is operational, bringing in data-driven approaches like CompStat, information sharing triage, command-led processes, intelligence-led policing. The third level of innovation was where we came in. It was about the information integration, connecting existing systems, right, and focusing on semantic interoperability. Also working with industry partners so that if the folks in industry were able to, support those standards, there was a certification of conformance process. So directly they're using things like the NEAM, the Identity and Access Management approach, industry-based certification of conformance, and also the place-based geospatial activity. And then finally, the privacy work, the privacy policy activity. I didn't highlight that earlier, but that's actually a big focus of the work of the office is on effective privacy policies, put in place privacy controls, and then certification of compliance with those privacy controls. Critical to maintaining legitimacy of these activities. So what's exciting here is that the work we're doing with the state of New Jersey is a pilot project we think that can scale across all 50 states. Across the U.S., there's probably 10 to 15 different projects underway that are like this. So we're bringing together the community, the folks that are working on these activities, and injecting the more managed approach to using the interoperability tools, trying to create a race to the top around information sharing based on ISC interoperability frameworks. The second example of the tool is work around identity management. In the U.S., we have something called the National Strategy for Trusted Identities in Cyberspace. It's a strong federation approach to identity management. It's got very strong privacy controls. It's industry-based. It's sponsored through NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology. We work closely with them, and there's actually an approach that's integrated to use this in the state of New Jersey in a very, very sophisticated way. Indeed, that's a key part of what we're doing there is evaluation of building an identity federation for the entire state. We wouldn't be building it, the state would build it, but they're looking at options for how to do that using these national frameworks. So I talked about the Standards Coordinating Council earlier. So as we do project interoperability, we're very focused on making sure we do the work outside the 4 walls of government. So we're anchoring underneath our Standards Coordinating Council. This is a body that we've set up underneath the White House governance that I co-lead with a counterpart on the National Security Council staff. And hopefully you'll notice there's 3 international voluntary consensus standard organizations that are a part of the Standards Coordinating Council: the Object Management Group, the Open Geospatial Consortium, and OASIS. There's also several U.S. industry associations, one international, AFCEA, Armed Forces Communications Electronics Association, and then some public-private collaborations in the U.S., and a couple of government standards organizations. So with the Standards Coordinating Council, we are coordinating the activity of these different organizations. We're not tasking that. We can't do that. What we can do is bring folks together that under their own authorities are aligning with our vision of responsible information sharing. It's proven to be quite effective, and we have buy-in from these member associations to anchor project interoperability underneath the Standards Coordinating Council. We're working out right now what that looks like practically. Okay, so I want to come now to potential collaboration areas. So why collaborate? What's the case for collaboration? You know, number one, and I think you heard some of this from Vasilios earlier, reduce standards fragmentation. It's exactly the case and that industry wants to see a global perspective. They don't want to see a U.S. perspective or any national perspective. Industry adoption of these approaches is critical to be able to realize the benefits of information interoperability. Where there's mission or policy, legal reasons for different approaches, that's great. You know, sovereignty is important. But all too often, we have efforts that are mostly aligned, and the variations are based on just local, you know, implementation differences, not based on any mission, policy, or you know, sovereignty reason. When that's the case, it's in all of our benefits to go from mostly aligned to fully aligned, and to do it in international forums that allow for continued development, accelerating industry adoption. With industry adoption, we firmly believe will lower risk and cost to deliver interoperable solutions. It's the case that in the U.S., in the public sector, we have a lot of fragmentation, a lot of stovepiping. I'm sure it's similar here in Europe. It's difficult to move towards shared solutions, shared capabilities across different appropriations and different funding sources. But what's hard but not impossible, and I think it's a worthy thing to do, and it's something we're committed to doing, is to try to define commonality with information sharing frameworks, and where there's common mission requirements, drive towards common standards that we can all implement and implement through industry adoption. And then finally, these information sharing approaches do deliver increased mission agility. We're seeing it in the U.S. with an investment in an infrastructure around terrorism and homeland security related information sharing that's increasingly paying dividends around public safety and other priority threat areas. So, you know, what are the next steps? As Vasilios talked about in his remarks, we've had some initial conversations. We've identified, I think, some potential areas of exploration for joint exploration of possibilities. We'd like to identify potential areas of collaborations and target outcomes. Critical is to gain stakeholder buy-in. Just as it is here in Europe, in the U.S., these are all community-based activities, and we need to go back to the community and bring them into the conversation to enrich it and to gain buy-in and engagement. And then finally, I think it's critically important to leverage our mutual commitment to international voluntary consensus standards organizations as the forums, open forums in which to do the work. So with that, I want to encourage you all to visit my website, www.ise.gov. Follow us on Twitter, @ShareAndProtect, @ShareAndProtect. Check out Project Interoperability. We model on Project Open Data. It's a GitHub site, open to comments and feedback. We're looking for that. We're looking for people to pilot some of the ideas. And with that, I open it up to any questions.
So, first of all, thank you very much, Kshmendra, for sharing with us this interesting and inspiring view of how you work with in semantic interoperability and how it can support public sector in a very broad fashion, and also for your very inspiring invitation and commitment to cooperate further. And this is something that I'm very eager to commit to confirm our commitment to from our side as well. So we very much look forward to continuing this cooperation, to strengthening it. And with that, I'd like to open the floor for questions. Please take this opportunity. We have one here.
Gudrun Magnusdottir from Esteem. Can you hear me? open? Okay. I have always been dying to ask this question because I have many friends in the US, and I come from the language technology sector where we have always been focusing on the depth of semantic interoperability, that is accessing meaning inside content. And the rumor was, after 9/11, and I'm dying to ask this question since you said this was due to the lack of semantic interoperability, I was told by my close friends in the US high up that actually the information was there, but was not accessible because of lack of translation and a lack of access to content.
Yeah, so, 9/11, there was a lot of failures. It was a cascading series of failures. So there was a lack of semantic interoperability, but they didn't even get that far. The basic technical interoperability wasn't there. There was policy barriers. Policy was interpreted in overly conservative ways that became an impediment to sharing. There were cultural barriers. So there was failures on a lot of different levels. I think when you think about information sharing, it's a lot of things have to go right, and only a few things have to go wrong for there to be a problem. So I think I agree with what you're saying, and but the 9/11 Commission and many others recognized that you needed to solve a series of things, and semantic interoperability is at the heart of it. I think there's pretty broad acceptance of that, and that's an area where we've actually made some progress through things like the National Information Exchange Model. We've also overcome a lot of the cultural and policy, sort of issues. I think it's important too to highlight that because these information sharing endeavors are inherently social and cultural. And it's culture at the individual level, right? Individuals that are working in their agencies and their countries, having a commitment to collaboration. But increasingly, we're finding the core issue being at the organizational level. So individuals may want to do the right thing, but there's not an organizational pathway to effectively collaborate, right? So this is part of what I salute about what the European Commission is doing, what the ISA program is doing, is you're looking at it comprehensively, including that organizational component. Organizations are difficult to change, and in the public sector, they're even more conservative and difficult to change. That's why it's important to continue to take a long-running approach to these challenges. So, thank you for the question. Yes.
Hi, my name is Yannis Haralabidis. I'm from a university here in Greece. First, congratulations about NIEM 3.0 is a major step, I think, in your approach. And many of my staff and colleagues, we have been following what you're doing for many years in US. Now, my question is a little bit on the application side. We all strive for better public services. That means academic, automated services, and fully electronic and so on. But the question is, I find more and more difficult for countries like Greece also, that we're making our steps in that too, to manage the so-called top-down code list problem. In order to have all this in a well-sorted manner, looks like bringing water in the sea. It's a huge issue. Yeah. The management of this. That has to have a top-down element, but also a bottom-up element. So these two meet, but there's a much debate in the community and also in the practitioner community. Should we go top-down on this or bottom-up to have a practical result at an end?
It's a very, very good question and very insightful. It's exactly the case that you need to take a multidimensional approach. So we have the top-down. On paper, the authorities of my office are quite impressive, but that's on paper. The agencies I work with are very powerful, are used to doing their own thing. I'm sure it's like that here, right? That it's difficult to drive mandates top-down, especially when they don't come with money. So how do you operate? I think you hit on it. You have to couple the top down with bottom up, So that's been a strength of the effort, and I pointed out the 2007 National Strategy for Information Sharing, which pointed us to work with our state and local partners. And there we had tremendous success. That was the success of NEAM. It came out of the state and local community. In the U.S., our state and local partners have two big advantages over our federal agencies. Number one, they don't have nearly the money that is at the federal level. And number two, they're inherently into cross-boundary, cross-jurisdictional kinds of solutions. I'll give you an example. In the Los Angeles area in California, there's 160 police departments in Los Angeles County, federal, state, local, tribal. It's an incredible mix, and so the only way they can operate is by interoperating. It's in their DNA, if you like. So we've had some. The biggest driver of our success has been the connectivity to mission stakeholders bottom up, and it's reflected in the NEAM. The NEAM is we're at the 3.0, and thank you for acknowledging that. But that's, I think, maybe the 14th or 15th iteration of NEAM, going back all the way to the prototypes and the predecessor of GJXDM, Global Justice XML Data Model. So we had that practitioner focused. We kept iterating it. Because it's practitioner focused, it's not the most advanced technology. For example, some of the ontological ideas, OWL, RDF, it's only now coming into the model. But why? It's not that we didn't recognize those things. It was because there wasn't the practitioner demand, right? So that bottom-up piece was important. We couple that with what I call outside-in, and that's working with standards organizations, working with IT industry. So the idea is that the outside in with the IT industry, with standards organizations, the bottom up with mission practitioners, non-federal partners, really gives us tools then when you couple those with the top down. So it's that multidimensional approach that's been key to our success. Other questions? Yes.
My name's John Sheridan. I'm a civil servant. I work for the United Kingdom government. I'm based at the UK National Archives. And I wanted to ask you about the legal framework for information sharing and see whether the UK perspective resonates with what you found in the US. So when information sharing was hard, many years ago, our laws were constructed so that generally you could share information unless it was prohibited, because information was hard. We only passed laws to prohibit information sharing when it was a bad idea, but on the whole, you could share information. As information sharing's got easier, we've flipped. So now, we generally prohibit information sharing in law, and we're busily trying to construct legal gateways, left, right, and centre, to try and retain public trust. But we're in an environment where a default position of prohibition is making it very difficult for public agencies to share information to tackle fraud or to be more effective in terms of providing better services and so on. What reflections do you have from a policy perspective about what the best way of designing your legal framework is to allow the kinds of information sharing that we want to have happen, but that also retains public trust?
So the goal with our information sharing environment is an attribute-based access control type approach, where there's policy automation. That policy includes both security controls and privacy controls. It takes a lot to get there. Policy automation, from a technical perspective, has been feasible for 2 decades. But the challenge becomes actually organizations managing their policy with a degree of formality and maturity, right, that it could be automated and harmonized between different organizations. Now, the journey we've taken in the U.S. post 9/11, there was really an impetus to share, a lot of pressure to share. Organizations didn't necessarily mature overnight, so they shared within whatever frameworks they could. That sharing it led to some problems. And that's reflected in the strategy here that we have. It's called the National Strategy for Information Sharing and Safeguarding, right? That more recently there's been pressure to share a little less, right, because of unauthorized disclosures and some other events like that. But there's no diminution of the idea of an authorized use standard or attribute-based access control. And what we're finding is that organizations are now starting to catch up and mature to where they can do things like federate trust. That's a really pretty big deal. To be able to federate trust, that means in an identity and a kind of context, you need to be able to have common minimum standards between organizations for, is somebody an employee, have they left, what are the key attributes about that individual. Those are doing that in a way that kind of translates across organizations is a challenge, but we're finding that people are kind of maturing to that level, in large measure because of the persistent threat of cybersecurity. The number one thing we can do from a cybersecurity perspective is move to two-factor authentication and move away from weak passwords that aren't effectively managed, right? So that there's enough of a front-page news drumbeat on cybersecurity-related issues that folks are willing to take the organizational pain to improve their human resource processes, right? Because it all goes back to that, right? These things all come back to the internal management of organizations. So I'm not sure if I'm still on time or not. Okay, so.
Any more questions?
Yeah, my name is Jari Kallila. I'm from the Ministry of Finance in Finland. Your strategy, or the US strategy, is very much starting from the security point of view, and here in Europe we are more focused on the effectiveness of the public sector. However, you said that the principles or the models that are surprisingly similar. So where do you think there is a difference in the principles or in the models because of these different starting points?
Yeah, that's good, and thank you for that question. It allows me just to further elaborate. The focus of my office is on the security side and information sharing in a national security context. But from a U.S. perspective, there are other players, for example, the Federal Information Officer, the Chief Technology Officer, that have the broader sort of mandate about delivery of services to citizens. And in my prior role, when I was the Federal Chief Architect, I had more of that direct responsibility. Where is there a difference? The underlying frameworks in project interoperability are universal. The information sharing environment that I'm by law chartered to help build out has 15 core attributes. Those attributes have nothing to do with national security, and they're all about best practices, a distributed decentralized approach, strong protections for privacy, civil rights, attribute-based access control, federated trust, enterprise audit, those sort of ideas that you would design whether you're doing delivery of human services or public safety type applications. This actually is part of why, as we've been having discussions, we see the commonality between the European interoperability framework and the Join Up platform on the one side and what we're doing with project interoperability, where we've taken the pain to distill out in a mission-agnostic way these core frameworks. And that's part of the excitement that you've heard from those of us up here on the stage about opportunities for further collaboration and joint work.
Okay. Yes?
So just to take you up on a very specific technical question. First, you have well explained that you're going up with a bottom-up approach driven by users, and only now start to integrate semantic technologies, RDF, OWL.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, you have built up, which I find remarkable, a tool set that allows practitioners to work and to get their requirements done. Do you have plans, or have you already done it, to extend that tool chain to really cover semantic technologies and define bindings of NIM to in hour, for example? And what would be the perceived benefits of that approach, if any?
Yeah, so there is a desire for the community to take advantage of more modern semantic approaches like the OWL and the like. It's likely to happen through our alignment with the UML and extending through that process. We've been talking about doing that for some time. It's the gap has been just the strong practitioner drive. So there's a framework to do that. We are pretty strict about not getting in front of our mission partners in terms of investments in technology. We want to stay in lockstep. We think that's important as a discipline, and so really the only gate is there's a technical pathway through the NEAM UML. The only gate is on practitioner demand. Where we may see that first is in the cybersecurity area. That work is pretty exciting, and you got a lot of momentum, and it could be that that's where the first sort of demand for this sort of thing is. Well, thank you all. Thank you for your attention and listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue. Welcome back after coffee. Ready to start? Good. I lost my sign in the meantime, but you know who I am, so. Good. So after coffee now, before lunch, we have a series of speakers who you see in front of you at the table here. We will hear from the member states' different perspectives. And we will have questions and answers at the end of this session, so just before lunch, to give the possibility to choose who you want to ask your question to. And we start with Mr. Tick, Mikkel Tick from Estonia, who is head of department at the Estonian Information Systems Authority and designing business processes and e-services in the Estonian government. And you're also advisor at the United Kingdom Cabinet Office IT Reform Group and Government Digital Service. That's a mouthful, but you have a lot on your table. And you will share with us the practice in Estonia on metadata management and how it can contribute to better value for public services. So thank you very much for being here and speaking today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for the excellent weather. It's quite cold in Estonia. The vision behind the project is basically that we don't have any interoperability problems, which is good, and we have the ID card and everything else, but we have a lot of services and we have no idea whether they are efficient or not. And we wanted to make a catalog where actually people can see how effective different services are, and how user-friendly they are, and are they in the right channels, and how they are measured. So we made a study for integrated portfolio management of public services, and it was carried out as a public-private partnership, different private companies. I think the mentioned birthday is PricewaterhouseCoopers here, and different government agencies who actually participated to validate the findings. So this is a concept. We have tested it in different agencies, but we can't say it fully functions, but we hope it will soon, and I will bring out the findings. So the technical objectives were, one was to develop the machine usable service description language. So we have right now in Estonian State Portal we have like over 400 services. If we didn't have some kind of format how to describe different services in machine readable form, I would say that we have a few thousand services, because a few hundred of the services are provided like 70 or 80 institutions simultaneously. So this is a very important aspect. Then develop a method for measurements of benefits and costs of public services, so we could actually see whether these benefits, there are services that are not cost effective in terms of public service, but we also have an indicator which says that this is very important service, so it doesn't have to be cost effective, and are the services in the right channel. So we have physical channels, we have east channels. Some of the services doesn't have to be in the channel, and also do a study on the feasibility, how this portfolio management actually works, and develop architectural vision for this, so we can use it nationwide. We didn't include local governments here, so it's state-provided services mostly. I think you've seen in different frameworks this kind of picture. So what we actually did was started to create a maturity model. It was applied by PricewaterhouseCoopers, and also did a feasibility study. So the 7 different state agencies that participated showed that we are in a lousy situation. Most of them are in a stage 1 or 2, and a few of them are about to get on the level 4. Actually, 2 of them, Estonian Tax and Customs Board, and Police and Border Guard Board. And we didn't invent the new bicycle, so we used as much studies as we could from the EU and from all over the world. And one of them is Core Public Service Vocabulary, CPSV, and we have done like mapping compatibility, but we haven't tested it whether it's technically compatible. And also use different countries work there. So this picture should be familiar to technical people, as I was told. I'm not a technical person, but so we came up with 27 attributes. We translated them into Estonian because it's quite hard to actually use them in English, and the language issue is still, if we look at the service providing across the EU and the service directive, this is still an issue, and it remains an issue in the world of semantics. And we took the vocabulary development process and basically extended it to our needs to see how it works in our environment. And the agent is basically the person or organization responsible for the providing the service. Public service is something that we are still debating on. I will come to that later. This is something that we have to agree on, at least now in Estonia, because different organizations are describing it differently. And the rule is legal. Rules are legal acts that are connected to the service, and evaluation is basically the outcome that we want. So what we have to do in terms of describing the services. So one of the first things is harmonization of definitions. We saw that many of the organizations were describing the service from the perspective of the management. Many of the organizations, like State Portal, is describing the services from the user's perspective. But there were some services which were described from I don't know which perspective, just described because they were forced to do that. Then definitely we need to develop a local classificators. It's kind of hard to find with our infrastructure and system all the right classifications from classificators from international practice. So this is something we still have to do that then, and also development of tools to make easy to make such a portfolio. So organizations are on different levels. So there are some who hasn't described anything. We need to like offer them kind of spreadsheet technology so they can use actually Excel to describe the first level of their services, and then upload it to some kind of parser which will actually create the web format of that. And this is something we still have to do inside the country. So, but it's going to be a painful process because I know how long it took us to agree on the first version of what the public service actually means. So I don't know how fast it's going to go. Technically everything is easy, politically not, sorry. So and the public service assessment model is basically we used also the EU practice. We took in comparison of 9 other models. They are like from UK, France, some other countries, and did a survey in 7 different organizations in Estonia, which were mentioned earlier. And we came up with a model that requires 60 measurement criteria. This is something that that's a big number, but if we think about how much time we spent actually trying to make something much easier, then I would say in this case it's easier to actually describe those 60 criteria about your service and move on. And divided in 3 groups. And so the assessment part was that it wasn't that bad in terms of service. So we have the PPA is actually Police and Border Guard, which had most of the criteria, 2/3 of them. And in terms of service evaluation, they had a high maturity. But as you can see, others weren't so good. The EMTA is the Tax and Customs Board, which I mentioned. But nobody was actually evaluating the channel efficiency, which is, from my point of view, I'm the biggest channel owner in the state, basically providing services, like mediating services for citizens, for entrepreneurs, acting as a single point of contact, and the different officials. It's a very bad sign that they actually don't measure the value of my product. And also we came up like what they should do regularly. They should use this model that we provided and do something that you've already seen: map, analyze, evaluate, act. But we also came up with 7 different statuses of the service. Unfortunately, they are written down by experts. So retain is actually awesome, but they've written down it as a retain. I hope that if we publish that in the catalog, then we will say awesome. Replace means that they basically all these words actually describe the services statuses, how they should be can't find the right word, sorry. So basically what you should do with your service, and I think we don't have many retained services at all, and this starts from the business process modeling from inside the organization itself. So the architectural vision is actually to create a architectural infrastructure for assessing the services, and this is one of the preconditions how to implement this model. In order to do that, we have to provide the tools. Like in case of open data, if you provide the tools for analyzing data, they will definitely have a higher take-up. And in that case, it's the same. And that if we can automate a lot of this stuff in terms of technology we have. We are using in Estonian e-government, and hopefully you don't have to fill in all the 60 criterias manually. And like already mentioned, that we have to also help those who are not as well off as some other companies, that they can actually still use the spreadsheets or some kind of simple web forms to actually provide this information that we need. And the catalog will be divided like in 3 silos. One is the esti.ee, which is the state portal which I'm running. This already has, like I said, over 400 services described, and we are currently focused on describing the e-services. The vision is actually that we would also have a catalog about all the public services in Estonia, in esti.ee, so the citizen for whose it's the single point of contact, they could actually come and see where is this service provided, whether it's online, offline, or where are the locations where it's provided. Then we have state information administration systems called RIHA, which is basically technical information consisting right now already different data objects, different classificators, service owners, what kind of data they hold, and so on in the e-world. And this is where we actually going to combine the criteria in this model with this information that is already in there. So, for example, we have like 65,000 different data objects described, and we know how many of them. Like, I think 7,000 of them are like related to personal data and something like that. So we have done a lot of work already, and we go from there. And the third one is basically the service owner system, where they can also describe the services, and we will actually bring this information together to one view for the business and to one view for the technical people. So what's happening with our neighbors? So Latvians did a really good study, develop public service delivery model. To develop a public service delivery model, and it's very valuable information for us. They thought at the beginning that there will be 1,000 public services. They were wrong. There was 2,000 public services, and they mapped down how many services are necessary. And this is very valuable input for the project in Estonia. And Finland, of course, we are doing a really good collaboration with Finland. They have taken our interoperability framework as an inspiration, and they will do their own palveluväylä based on that. And they've stated it on national level. And also they already have a catalog, as I understand right now, and they are doing a second one, which is called Palvelutietovaranto. Yes. So, and as I understand, this will be a single point of contact for like where they get this information about different public services, and they will integrate everything to that. And which is very interesting about that is that they are using crowdsourcing here. So they are really good crowdsourcers. In order to describe different services, they have also lots of information that you need to put in that for this, but they are using crowdsourcing like they used in their national archives. So basically they scanned all the documents, and they made a game so people could actually recognize the words, so they could fix the scan errors. and it was a really popular game in Finland. So, and we are collaborating with Finland all the time. So, in terms of how we are using we are trying to do cross-border services because 70,000 people, Estonians actually are related to Finland. So right now we are looking at government-to-government services because we know that governments can trust each other, so the Estonians can actually use the service here and we will send this information to Finland. And measuring this data is also really important, and making these different repositories compatible so they can also get the measurements and the benefits for that. So that's it. It's really hard to put 140 pages in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikkel, for this interesting overview from Estonia and how important metadata management is. And we move to our next speaker, who is Mr. Lutz Rabe from Germany, from the IT Standards Coordination Office, COSIT, if I understand correctly. And he will talk about a German framework for standardizing metadata and how important that is. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning from my side. So, excuse me for the bad sign of interoperability. I have to use my own machine for presenting because I'm sticking on my notes, so I need to read my notes during my presentation. But we can fix that.
On a quick note, if you have any technical questions, then one of the authors of this paper is here. Priit Parmakson. Priit, would you please stand up? So he's responsible for all the technical things that I couldn't actually add here, so ask him. Thank you.
Okay, so within the next 15 to 20 minutes, it's my pleasure to present some basic information on a German instrument for organizing the metadata governance. It is named XOV, or as the German would say, XÖV. And I like to use this XÖV because otherwise I will break my tongue during the presentation today. So the federal and state governments put the IT Standards Coordination Office in charge of providing and operating this framework. And as already mentioned, my name is Lutz Rabe, and I'm the responsible officer for operating the XÖV framework. So XÖV, what is it good for? As you might know, Germany is a federal republic and comprises 16 states. Each state has its own state constitution and is largely autonomous. And it also comprises 11,000 municipalities, which is very nice sometimes, but in other terms it might be a bit tricky. And one of these viewpoints is the standardization. And this is exactly where XÖV comes into play. So the history is of this framework is in the communication of registration data between municipalities. There is a federal law which obliged every German citizen to register at his local office, and municipalities are required to provide these services, but there's no central register, so they need to communicate register information between municipalities. And in the year 2000, we had the situation that the complete communication between these about 5,400 municipality authorities was totally paper-based. In 2001, a project was set up with the federal and the state governments in that area, and they tried to utilize a systematic approach to develop a specification for the communication, for the data exchange in this area. And this was a quite successful project, because in 2003 the first XUV specification named XMELT was launched. And we had two parts in that specification. One was a specification document, a PDF document you can read with about 900 pages, and the other part were the schema definition files, also published to that specification. And in 2007, this specification, XMELT, has been made legally binding. Inspired by the success, let's say, of this approach, in 2008, the basic approach was extended to a framework, which was then later on applied to other projects in that area. So we have, on the one hand, a very successful standard in the area of municipal citizen registration and the communication in that. We have nowadays about 300,000 XMELT messages sent per day in Germany. And we have, on the other hand, this generic framework to develop specifications and to support projects in the development. And this framework, named XUV framework, was applied in between to 25 other projects, which are currently published and in operation. So I'd just like to explain very short how this development process is supported by the XUV framework, and also what an XUV specification is. It is basically based on a model-driven engineering approach. So we heard a lot about using UML profiles for the visualization of model information. We're using that also to document the requirements of a communication scenario into a domain model, which has been done in the design phase, which has to be done in the design phase. This is then, as a result, an UML model covering the processes, the actors, the scenarios, and the structure of the information objects to be exchanged in the later on scenario. So we have use case diagrams, activity diagrams, and class diagrams in that domain model. Within a next step, this generic domain model based on the UML notation is extended by a specific, by utilizing a specific UML profile, which is provided by the XUV framework. Based on the domain model, you put in particular technical information to that model to define how the structure of this information is arranged later on in schema definitions, for example, in the documentation or in other artifacts of the standards. And this is the last step in the production. Basic concept of the overall framework is that we are using model-to-text transformation. So we consider this XUV model as a central information model where you can generate all artifacts of the standards from. So you can generate automatically PDF documentation from that, the XSD schema definition files, the service description, for example, files, and code list, for example, and things like that. So this can be done by utilizing a specific tool we are also providing cost-free with a framework named XGenerator. So I mentioned already two things we're providing with the framework. To give a complete overview of the components of the framework, I created that slide where you can see that we have basically 4 types of components provided with the framework. One is the regulation, where you have the criteria of XUV conformance and also the naming and design rules. The second type is the semantic assets or building blocks, as you can say. The projects can directly reuse that, and you can see we have three semantic assets we are providing with the framework. One is the core component library. We have at overall 26 core components at the moment. And these can be used on a semantical level, but also on a technical level if you want. Then we have specific data types and code lists, and for both of these semantic levels, you can semantic assets. You have to use them on a semantical level, but also on the technical level. So there's a regulation on the usage of these kind of types. So I already mentioned the regulations and the semantic assets. Then we have, of course, infrastructure components provided with the framework, and we have tools. One of the basic tools is the X generator for the model-to-text transformation. But there are other tools, for example, the XML, the UML profile we're providing, but also very important tool from our point of view at the moment is the interop browser. The interop browser is presenting the semantics of our concepts. So we are providing these core components together with our framework, and the interop browser should give an easy understanding, easy entrance to our world of core components, but also it should provide basic information on how these core components are used in the specific standards in the individual projects. So we have just at the moment a prototype of this interop browser, but we are hopefully launching that browser within the next 2 or 3 months. I will come to this interop browser later. So, to summarize, this XFR framework is basically to foster the reuse of the components we are providing. And components means not just the semantical components, the semantic assets, but also the experiences, methodologies, and tools and infrastructure we are providing. This creates different benefits on different sides. So basically it improves the quality while simultaneously reducing the cost on the side of the projects, because they can use concepts which are approved in practice and used by others already, so they can get a real good quality for free, because all the things we are providing are for free, which means that they can also reduce cost by developing their specification. And this is also true for the methodology and the tools we are providing. But the framework also increases the interoperability, not just within a project, but over the borders of specification. Because using similar concepts, core components, services, tools, infrastructure, means that others can understand your specification. And this is at least true for the improvedness of the openness of specification, which is a very important point. All the artifacts we're providing, all the results from the specification projects are published on a central platform, the X repository, which is also connected to the joiner platform via ADMS. And all the results of specification and standardization can be accessed freely and used freely. So just to summarize our experience with the XFR framework, within the, I would say, last 5 years, I think we have a quite practice-approved components and development approach, which is actually rather mature. This model to text transformation is not a new approach. And we have real stable components at the moment. And this is our experience, currently providing with the framework and the components real benefits to the projects. But on the other hand, we found out that the harmonization of semantic concepts is not that easy, because we are more or less addressing the technical and semantical level at the moment, and this is where the interop browser comes in. We found out that the interoperability needs to solve on all the 4 levels mentioned already here: the technical, semantical, organizational, and legal level. Which means that if we are trying to foster the interoperability, we also need to support these levels in organizing their interoperability. And this is what we are trying to address with this interop browser, just to give you an idea in which direction we are currently going or looking. The interop browser shows, which you can see in the middle, basic core component concepts and describe them. You can easily extend the individual points on the right side to get a clear idea of the semantic meaning of the concept. In that case, it is an address. But it also shows up how these components are used in specification projects. So you can see around this address component 3 projects which are using the Anschrift. And you can also get information on how they are using these concepts, what attributes are they using, and more important, why they are using these specific attributes or why they are using them not. So this is a very important concept from our point of view, because this supports the initiatives on the organizational and legal level. So this is what I've prepared so far for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for this interesting insight into German practice in the field. And now we move over to my other side, to the Netherlands. We have a joint presentation by Mr. Pim Keizer and Mr. Pim van der Eyck. This is on the metadata management for e-justice interoperability in the Netherlands. Mr. Keizer and Mr. van der Eyck have been working together on this on the methodology and tooling for modeling and managing metadata for e-justice in the Netherlands. And Mr. Keizer is a data analyst in the Ministry of Justice, and Mr. van der Eyck is a private consultant, and they work together. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so there are 2 PIMs here, and the second one listed on this slide. We'll be doing this presentation together. I will start with the introductory part, which is more or less the background and context and sort of the overall story behind this use case, this application. And then Pim will take over and discuss more the practical implementation, how it works, what the current status is, and what we are planning to do in the future, or considering to do in the future. So as a bit of a background, this project is a project of the Ministry of Security and Justice in the Netherlands, which not only has the highest building in the city center of The Hague, but is also the biggest ministry in the country. And if you look at this list, you see that it's not one big organization. It's actually a combination of many different agencies with diverse roles and responsibilities. Some of them are very decentralized, some are more centralized. And one of these organizations is the so-called Judicial Information Service. And that's the organization that PIM works for. So one of the key things, key messages, key constraints is that this is really a community. Even though there's one minister at the top of this hierarchy who is ultimately responsible, this is really a very diverse group of organizations with very diverse responsibilities and backgrounds. There's not much shared between child protection and coordinating counterterrorism. They're very different types of people. So as a background to what started the work on metadata in justice, this is actually based on a review of a criminal investigation into organized crime. Basically, a major incident took place in which 58 people died that were victims of human traffic. The investigation showed that what you can expect, that a lot of information about suspicious activities was already known, and if that information would have been combined, perhaps events like this could be prevented. So this really led to a major push to move from a paper-based world to an electronic world, but also to be able to link information generated by one organization to information in another organization. So the focus was really from the start on sharing, enabling sharing, by structuring, by having consistency, by having electronic structured data formats. So if we now fast forward to 2014, this is actually an automatically generated map of the messaging infrastructure of the justice system, which is currently in production with a large number of endpoints exchanging large amounts of messages in production every hour, every day. This system is running. Large messages, small messages, interactive and non-interactive uses. So this is really the result of 10 years of work to get this infrastructure up and running and get automated exchange up and running. To give you a bit of a flavor of what is being used in practice, it does cover the classical criminal justice case from investigation, prosecution, convictions, detention, resocialization, so the life cycle of a criminal, effectively, and the various organizations that are dealing with that criminal individual. But there's also, as has been mentioned by other people here, access to base registries on citizens, vehicles, buildings, etc. Those are national registries. We have our own registries on criminal records, for instance, on children at risk. We have databases of lawyers, etc. There's a huge project on identity registration and verification using biometrics. So we interactively check if people are not using fake or stolen passports to get on, not just on airplane, but also to identify themselves to law enforcement officers. And in the last few years, there have been a number of international exchanges. There's an exchange of criminal records. There's the eCodex project that Pim will also mention. And also some other things like electronic archiving, and all postal mails is being scanned and sent as EBMS messages, etc. So what are the challenges that we have encountered here in this, in doing this for 10 years? First of all, metadata is not really an IT issue. It affects a very diverse range of stakeholders, and that includes people who will never understand the UML diagram. So it's people who only look at natural language definitions, and they can provide very precise definitions, and that's what they are very useful for. And we should be able to make sure their definitions are accessible even to the XSLT style sheet author who is writing actual scripts to convert documents. So we want to make sure all that information is accessible to all stakeholders. Cross-domain, cross-border aspects, mentioned before, base registries, but we also have other domain registries that criminal justice interfaces with, like social services, care professionals, especially case management applications, where you try to combine information from many domains about particular people. And metadata is used in a wide range of applications. It's not just about generating XML schemas or generating database schemas. A lot of police, law enforcement activities is about generating documents, so form templates, originally paper forms, nowadays electronic forms, code tables, etc. So we need to address this wide range of applications and stakeholders. So the approach that has been adopted in this project is very much to align with international standardization. So not invent new methodologies, but really use what is being standardized also in other domains. And from the start here, there's been a focus on aligning with electronic business standardization. Although the domain is very different, a lot of the methodologies and concepts can be used in basically any domain. And in particular, we've been using the CCTS from UNCFACT as sort of the core concept in the methodology area. And initially very much based on UBL, so the OASIS UBL, which was 10 years ago the only practical implementation of these concepts, and including some tooling that was developed in that area has been reused there. So nowadays we manage metadata and XML schemas consistently. So as actually very much like the previous speaker mentioned, we manage data models, XML schemas, documentation, and they're always guaranteed to be in sync, which 10 years ago was not the case. You had an XML schema engineer writing a schema, and you had someone else writing a data dictionary, and hopefully they matched, but you wouldn't be able to tell if they matched because they were not maintained in sync. So that was basically some of the core decisions early on that have been validated over the years. There have been some further developments. For instance, we did not originally had this concept of core components. We only had what's called business information entities in CCTS. That has been added later. We've been also looking at profiling XML schemas for different XML-related reasons. We've moved to another naming and design rule specification from UBL to the UNCFACT one. And we've introduced the concept of domains, which also has been mentioned by various previous speakers as something that's lacking in CCTS, but that's very important for practical metadata management. So over the years, we've also used tools. We've used commercial tools. We've developed or customized some tools, and currently we are using a homegrown tool. That's sort of the result of our experience with a variety of tools, and that's actually an area that Pim can tell you a lot more about. So I'm now passing this device to the other Pim.
Thank you. I would like to introduce myself as the second Pim, not the first. I will show how my work is. I work as a data analyst, and I will show how we do the metadata management for e-justice in the Netherlands. So, as you've already seen, we have a lot of organizations. They are all exchanging data with each other. They are doing that for a couple of years. And they do that in XML documents. So when we design those documents, we specify XML schemas. And to do that good, we design process models. And these process models are always context-specific. So example contexts are case transfers, prisoners transfer, or invoicing. But there is one problem with this approach. That is, we design a process model for each context. So we design the same data types in several process models, and data is exchanged according to those models. So there is a risk that data is modeled in different ways. That is how it used to be. Right now we are working with a generic model. We work with the core components technical specification. This is the CCTS. And it helps us to define this generic model and also create subset models for the processes. So to do this, we developed the metadata workbench. This is a tool which is a pure CCTS implementation. And we manage these models in this tool and also create document specifications with it. some characteristics of this tool is that we have consistent definitions, syntax, and naming and design rules across all levels, because all levels are connected to each other. And that's why we can do good impact analysis. So when someone wants to change components, we can see which processes are using it. And we can also export XML schemas for implementation use. So on the generic level, we have the core components. These are grouped in the core components library. And these components are syntax and technology neutral. So the idea is these are the big building blocks you can use in any context. And it has a lot of attributes which may not all be used in a certain context. So because this is the generic level and all organizations that are exchanging data with it, they are dependent on this model. So we have a user council for maintenance. And as Pim already said, we also introduced the idea of domains, which is not standard in CCTS, but we use them to group our components with a certain domain. One level deeper, so when you look at the business process models, there we define the business information entities, and these are the context-specific entities for a specific process. And these business information entities are restricted versions of the core components. This is an example. Case is the most exchanged data type in the Netherlands, and maybe for justice, and maybe it's even for Europe this way. On the left side you see the core component case. It has a lot of attributes, and on the right side you see two pilots from eCodex. It's the European Order for Payment and the financial penalties. And we customized this core component case for the specific context. So you see they have a variety on attributes, and also the attributes are qualified. But both of the business information entities have an attribute identification, and we are sure they both have the same definition, syntax, and naming and design rules. So that helps our semantic interoperability. Then the last step in our process is the document specification. So when we designed the process model, we have business information entities we can use in the business documents, and then we drag and drop the business information entities on the business schemas and press a button, and we get an export with XML schemas. We can also set further restrictions on business document level, so we can say that something is required, and cardinality things. And the NES is the Northern European subset. The idea of the NES is that the Northern European countries needed a more restricted version of the UBL invoice. And we like this idea, so we adopted this and also implemented it in our tool, so we can create more generic business document specifications and also specific ones, which are in the same namespace. So when something is, when an XML document is valid to the specific one, it's also valid to the more generic one. Well, these are the deliverables from our tool. We have documentation in HTML and PDF, and this is used by analysts during the design process, and also the XML schemas you see on the right side, which is used for implementation purposes. And we are also working with RDF. It's right now in experimental state, because we are trying to export our core components into RDF so we can link them together with external repositories. We are also involved in the project eCodex. This is the e-justice communication via online data exchange. It has a few pilots with it. And in the building block e-document semantics and standards, we built the business documents that are used for these pilots. And to do that, it's a European data exchange. So we adopted the join up core concepts, person and location. We created core components of them. As you see on the right, there's a list in a domain of core components. And the member states create a mapping of these components to their own data model. Our future plans are adding function of collaboration management, like the management of business processes, transactions, and collaborations, like which partner is collaborating with another one for a certain context, and also link it to the metadata so we can see which partner uses which components. And we are also looking forward to integration with linked data, so we can connect to external repositories, like the core concepts of join up. Right now we adopted them, but we would like to create a real link between the components, and even other repositories. And we are working on making the tool open source. Right now, just the Justice Department is working on it, and also the Youth Department of the Netherlands is making the first steps with this tool. But we got a lot of questions if people can use it. Well, we're not for profit, so we are looking to make it open source, and maybe cloud deployment in the future will be possible. Well, if you have any questions after today, please contact one of us. Thank you.
So thank you, Pim and Pim. We've heard from 3 member states' experiences now, Estonia, Germany, and the Netherlands. There are a lot of member states and institutions that are active in this domain. That is why the ISA program wanted to set up to provide a set of good practices and recommendations. And to this end, a survey was launched. And we have here now Max Deckers, who is going to share with us the results, the findings of this survey. Mr. Deckers was a bit concerned that he's standing between you and lunch, so he will be very short. But we will also have a short question and answer sessions after this for the whole set of speakers we've just heard.
Thank you, Gertrude, for introducing me. But my presentation is going to be short, as Gertrude said, because we have lunch waiting for us. I also want to say that it's a little bit of a different dimension that I'm going to talk about, rather than what we've heard from the member states. We were going to look at the management of metadata, the governance of metadata after it has been developed. So many people have projects to develop schemas and controlled vocabularies. One of the things that people are struggling with in our perception is, what do you do next? How do you make sure that these things stay up to date? What kind of processes do you need? What kind of tools do you need? And one of the things that we were looking at here is around Europe, what kind of things are people doing and what kinds of problems are they getting? One thing, just to remind you that what we're talking about is the structural metadata. So the data models, the XML schemas, the controlled vocabularies, not the other parts of management of metadata, the describe services, for example. So our objectives and scope, we were looking at this from a point of view of trying to find out what the requirements are that people come up with when you talk to them. What kind of practices are people looking for? We were also trying to get a hold on what people say about the costs. How many resources do they put into that, and what kind of problems do they have, and what kind of benefits do they see? And we wanted to document those things as lessons learned, and also work towards defining maybe a standard methodology that people can work with. So we looked at existing solutions for a part. We looked at high-level requirements by asking people questions about how they were doing things. And also we tried to look at how reusable solutions are that people have developed. So one of the things that we did an open survey on the web, and I think that some people in the room here have participated in that, where we asked a small number of questions to practitioners and to people on the strategy level, what kind of things they were seeing in their work, and we asked them for a number of problems that they saw. And the first problem that came up was that people doing the work of keeping the resources up to date felt there was a little bit of a lack of support and awareness on the higher management levels. What we see is that when something new is being developed, there are resources and people see the need for that. But once it's there, people think, well, it's there, so we don't have to do anything anymore. But people that do that work see that there is really a need for long-term commitments and also long-term assignment of resources. Lack of methodologies. And then we're not talking about how do you build an XML schema, but how do you do management? There are certain methodologies that are available for that, but a lot of people are inventing the wheel themselves, which maybe is good because they have a certain organizational infrastructure where they need to assign the roles and the responsibilities, but they felt that there might have been a better help if there were some methodologies that they could use. Lack of standards, which is interesting because we hear that there's lots of standards, and maybe that's the problem, that there are so many standards that people don't know what the right ones are. But also this is related a little bit to the methodology, because standard methodologies are things that would be helpful for people to set up management processes and procedures. And a lack of tool support. And I think that's an important one. We've seen also in the NIEM, we heard in Germany, we heard in the Netherlands, that tools are homegrown because they are built out of the work that is being done in the department. And the tools that are on the market do not really fit the requirements that people have. Or they have a mix of tools that don't really work together very well. So the message that we got was that people felt there could be more tools available for the work that they were doing. So what we did after that, or in parallel with that open survey, we went to in-depth studies of 8 cases, and we selected 3 cases on the European level and 5 cases on the national level. All of those organizations here have a role in organizing a network of data exchange. In the European organizations and the Publications Office, we hear something about their work later after lunch. And the German one, I think I recognize some of the people that were involved in the study in the cases. And we looked at a number of things. We looked at a number of governance issues. For example, what the organizational structures were for management, what kind of enforcement mechanisms are being used, either legal or voluntary, what kind of resources were assigned to the work. Then on the management side, the technical part, what kind of formats are people producing, what kind of formats are people maintaining, how is harmonization of different metadata sets and controlled vocabularies handled, and how is publication to the outside world handled. And we looked at those 8 cases, what kind of tools they were using. Now, the report, I think, will be published fairly soon. It's in the process of being published. A couple of things that we found out in the study. A number of things that we thought we observed in many cases, things that went well, so we put them under best practices. And I also have a number of recommendations where we thought that things didn't go very well. We have here 4 examples. There are 10 best practice examples, best practices in the report. But I wanted to share a couple of them here. For example, when people start doing processes of management of these resources, they set up structures that have various levels. a level that is one is legislation level, one is a strategy level where people decide why to do things and how to do things, and then there is functionality of what functions does it need to support, and how do you make sure that the stakeholders are aware of it, and then an organization that actually implements the decisions that are taken in the management process. In almost all the cases that we looked at, the second point is also very clear. People try to involve the direct stakeholders, so that if you develop something, that you're also aware, that they are aware that you're doing that for the good of everybody, and that involvement is really taken into account. There is this issue of stability versus flexibility. In all development processes, you need to have some stable basis on which to develop applications, but also there are things that may change rapidly, and we all know that in any of these environments everything changes, but you want to actually manage and balance the way that you implement those changes. So for example, if you have a code list and there's a new organization, that should be fairly painless to do. If you actually do a rearrangement of the model, you have to have a larger time frame of discussing that and asking for feedback and planning implementation. So we also see that people are doing that in the right way. And then people are all aware that you really need to go for standard approaches, not reinvent the wheel in terms of what kind of technology you're using. If there are code lists that are already available elsewhere, try and use them and then map your local vocabularies to the standard list. So that's also what we saw that people are doing quite well. Another couple of things that we found out are sometimes make life hard. One thing is that in some cases the metadata specifications, the elements of an XML schema, even the codes in a code list are included in a law. Well, it's nice if you want to enforce people to use that because there is a legal background, but it's hell if you want to change something. So this example of adding a new organization, if the list of organizations is in the law, then you need to go back to the legislative level and revise the law, which is not, and that's always going to take time. Another thing is that sometimes these processes that people use to manage are not well documented. So it's not always clear to the people around them who is responsible for certain changes and where to complain if things don't work well. So that's something that certainly is a recommendation, to make that clearly visible of what the process is and who the responsibilities have. One thing that is always in publishing information for reuse and for access is that it's not always clear under which license the information is provided. People say, well, it's published so it's open, but there are restrictions sometimes for what you can do with the data. Can you change it? Can you reuse it? Can you actually give it to someone else? And looking at explicit licensing, even if you have an open license, it is good practice nowadays, if you publish your information on the web, to give an explicit license to what people can do with it. That's also a little bit related to the discussion of what Cassandra was talking about in safeguarding information. So you need to be able to say to people what they can do, so that they know that they're in violation if they do something that you haven't allowed them to do. And the last point that I wanted to make here is that persistence of information is important. If you have an information element, a schema or a code list or a term in a code list that you want to refer to, you want to have a persistent identifier for that, so that you can come back next week and next year and still find the same information there. And that's also in the area that people are experimenting with, linked data, RDF. It's very important that you have identifiers that are fixed and that you actually have a policy that you can tell people what happens with those identifiers and how much you guarantee them. So the study, as I said, will be published, so you can actually read all the work that we did there and the conclusions that we have. We are currently developing a proposal for a methodology, as we saw that people say that that would be nice to have, and we're doing that specifically at the moment for European institutions. We have 3 pilots running with 2 Directorate Generals, and also a metadata harmonization pilot, an alignment pilot with the Publications Office, and the results of that will be available somewhere in the middle of this year. And in the rest of the year we will continue working on that to help both the European institutions and the Member States to better organize that processes and give them more help to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And you realize as well that Max Dekkes has a long and important experience in the field from what he's been telling us. So we look forward to the final results of this study. And with this, we open the floor for questions. And please say also who you want to answer the question. The floor is open.
Thank you very much. I'm Spiros Pilos from the Commission responsible for the action in ESA, which is machine translation. In fact, it's more or less the same question that was asked in the first session, because the first speaker said, languages is a very important problem. But then there was no reference in any of the schemes about what you do to collaborate with the neighboring countries, exchange content. Okay, so our impression, at least, is that if you do not include multilingualism right from the beginning in the design of the process, then it's very difficult to add it afterwards. It's an open question to everybody, I would say. I would say probably Mr. Tick could answer, since he raised it, and others as well. Okay.
I agree, but since it's like right now we're doing the pilot in Estonia, so we can still change the outcome. So it's a dynamic, basically catalog. We don't fix it for ages. So I think it's a right thing that you mentioned. That in order to do the proof of concept thoroughly, I think we still need to use the Estonian language there. Thank you.
One of the things that we actually have looked at is not necessarily the design of a schema and the elements names in the schema, but one of the things that we found important in the work that we did with ADMS and with the DCAT application profile is to use controlled vocabularies that are multilingual. One of the lists that we're using in those contexts is Eurovoc, which is in 23 languages, I think, at the moment, and also the name authority lists at the Publications Office are in many languages. So we looked at actually recommending, when people use those common schemas, recommending controlled vocabularies that are multilingual. And you're right, if you try to do that afterwards, then you're not going to make it.
Next question, please. Do we have a microphone for here, please?
Yes, my name is Willem van Gemert from the Publications Office. I have a question maybe for Lutz, Rabe, but I think also the Dutch colleagues are concerned. You have your core components, and you showed several systems making use of these core components. How do you deal with changes to these core components and the impact it has on the different systems? How do you introduce this knowing the dependencies on the different systems?
That is in fact a problem, and we saw already in the presentation that we have these two extremes, stable concepts and flexible to react on new requirements. this is one main reason why we are right now allowing. Now, I try to explain it the other way around. We were initially based on this CCTS concept, which is very technically from our point of view. And we went back from this technical concept to a more semantical reuse of the concepts to avoid a situation where we have to change these concepts and sequentially need to change all the systems using these core components. So from our perspective, the future is to use semantic concepts rather on the concept level than on the technical level, on the schema level, to avoid these huge costs in managing and maintaining.
Making changes is the one of the most difficult things we had to deal with too, and CCTS has very strict rules. So when there's a core component which has several business entities based on it, you can't change it anymore. So we have made a process of a life cycle for core components. So we have a user council. They look at changes, so they can evaluate the impact for their own organizations and their own data models. And when a core component needs to change, we can create a new status, and the old one gets deprecated, so it still can be used. It doesn't affect existing exchanges, but when you are using it again, you need to go to the latest version. So.
Okay. Do we have more questions? Yes.
I have a question in the context of the answer from Lutz. If you are switching back to reuse of core components on a conceptual level, where do you see the main benefits of this conceptual reuse?
So basically it's not forbidden to use that on a technical level, and we are also providing components which have their schema definitions that can directly be reused in specifications. But basically we see that a huge problem is the interoperability on the organizational and the legal level, and people who are working on that level to come to real interoperability in these processes need to get a proper information basis for their decision. And this is why we implemented this interop browser, which enables the projects to give the background to their decisions to the community. So you're using a semantic concept and you're not using particular attributes in that. But the interesting point is why you are not using these attributes or these concepts. And this explanation is good for other specifications, and it is also good for us to further develop the semantic concepts. And I think unless we have, it might be necessary to come to a solution where we come to a life cycle approach for components. But at the moment, we think we need more this transparency on the usage of the components before we take decisions on the further operation of the semantic concepts within our framework.
Thank you very much. Can I propose that we actually break for lunch now and that you use the lunch to ask more questions? If there are some remaining questions after lunch, maybe we can do them straight after lunch. Just before we break, if you are planning to use public transport to the airport today, as we have a problem with the buses, please look at the monitors outside or ask the welcoming staff outside. They now have the latest information on that. I'm sorry about this for the question, but please use the lunch. And thank you very much to the morning speakers. Have a nice networking lunch, and please be back at 10 to 2. We have an hour for lunch. Thank you. Are we still missing many colleagues, or are we more or less ready? Good. Can I first ask of the gentleman who tried to ask a question before lunch? Did you manage to ask during lunch?
Well, I can ask you very well if you want.
The afternoon session is on semantic interoperability, and we have speakers from the EU institutions and from national administrations and also from the private sector who will give us different angles on this. And we start with the Publications Office, which has a very is a key role in managing semantic standards for the European Union institutions. We have here Mr. van Gemert and Mr. Kuster, who will talk about their work in the Publications Office. Please.
In terms of rights services, we are still missing a little detail. But I'll nevertheless try to start, because I think I can get a bit on without the slides just speaking. But then will come the point where it would be nice to have the slides back. As you said, we are speaking about the role of the Publications Office in semantic web and standardization activities. And just to start out, who is the Publication Office? Great, so just in time. We're publishing, as the name suggests, the products of the European Union, both official publications, so our flagship, of course, being the official journal, things like the general report. We have electronic tenders online. We have general publications, and we have research-related material, plus a few additional things, translating into the 4 big portals: Eurlex, Bookshop, Gordis, and TED. So just to set the framework. And we do have a lot of material, and we do have a lot of material in a lot of languages, in other words, in all 24 typically, all 24 official languages, or at least 23. And so here we have a regulation that is in English, in French, in Estonian. We have corresponding material in tenders electronic. We have research publications on the same subject. We have general publications on, this case, REACH, which is the example chosen, or things geared towards the general public. And the big challenge ahead that actually drove a lot of the developments was, how can we bring this stuff together? Because right now they are still separate, though they are beginning to get together. And that's in fact the objective. We have very rich metadata on our objects. So we have things which are language independent at something called the work level in the Ferber model, for those of you who are really into metadata. We have language dependent information like in English or in Greek, and then a variety for formats like PDF, like HTML, like XML, like a few more. All of this strictly structured, and all of this for the legal documents already now in one place. So we are going towards, generally in architecture, bringing everything together in one repository, all our publications, especially also all the metadata, and bring that metadata structured in a uniform way without losing any of the richness of the metadata that we have. If that sounds impossible, it probably would have been quite a short time ago, but with current technologies, in particular with semantic technologies, it's doable to have the cake and eat it at the same time. So have a common structure and the full richness. And with this data, we drive our portals. Already Eurlex, which, as you probably have heard, went live beginning this month. And now working on integrating all of the other stuff into a common portal with some specialities. We have also the content. I'll not much speak about that, but the content is consistently linked to the metadata in question. Now we have all this metadata brought together, both on an instant level, so really in the description of the regulation that we have just seen, the REACH regulation, for roughly 1 million different works times 23 or 24. But we have it structured using shared reference data, about which Wilhelm will speak more in the second half, and have it automatically treated and validated against that data. So if we have defined certain reference data, we validate everything against that data, and we validate that it follows the common structure, and we validate that it uses the thesaurus, not on the content term, but at least on a formal term, so that I cannot use anything that is not possible. And then we do offer a lot of services to actually get this data out. And maybe really the revolution here is these services drive our portals. Okay, great. That's probably what services of internal systems typically do. But they're just as well available to anybody else. So they are not restricted. You can use exactly the same services that we use to build our own portal for, your own reuse needs, your own implementation dreams, according to well-defined interfaces. All of this building strictly on semantic technology and well-defined standards. So as we have heard this morning and throughout, it is key to use standards that are widely accepted, starting out from some core information in Dublin Core to general principles like linked open data, to formats like RDF that are universally understandable, to standardized ways of actually querying that information. So we have services including the possibility that you can query our data and get back the results in a standardized form. Now, why this? Why have we gone semantic? It is largely because our data is extremely interlinked. You'll see, I guess, in a coming presentation, really more details on how extremely our data is interlinked. But already here you see that we have not at all freestanding data, but a directive is linked to a transposition to a national implementing measure, which has been done in a country, which may give rise to public procurement. Exactly the dream at the beginning, and we are getting to be there, and for legal data we are really have now the stuff together. All of this structured according to an OWL ontology. I'll not go into great detail, but let's say it allows us to have shared attributes at a high level and still go into great detail for legal details if needed. And we give at the same time access to that through a set of URIs that are usable from wherever, always according to the same principle. And we are now also heavily contributing and investing in the European legislation identifier that John Dunn will be talking about directly afterwards. So this is a field which I'm also personally very much involved. And then we give access to this in a variety of formats, in native RDF, in a special format in XML, or even the content, depending on how you like it. We have currently about 1 million different works in 17 million different formats, in 67 million files, serving about 3.5 million requests each day. And that's on average, so peak size being quite a bit higher, having about 1 billion more actually pieces of information, triples in the store, most of which is actually handcrafted and gives really a lot of information that we have accumulated over 40 years. Now, how do we do it? For some aspects, looking at metadata, you do see here that there is some information, for example, on subject classification. And this, of course, we do not store actually in English inside, but we store according to predefined URIs. in this case Eurovoc, that we can then use automatically to translate in all the official languages, including Greek, of course, based on one piece of information. And we do that not only for the subject classification, but also for many other aspects, of which Willem will now be talking. This is an example of the places table, which standardizes place names. And again, you can query it automatically if you choose so, and then get back the result. In this case, places that you might know. Back for reuse, all with well-defined URIs.
Okay. And so these, what we call authority tables, controlled lists, but also lists which contain, we call them, I would say, reference data. This reference data, they are stored in what we call the metadata registry. And so when we started working on this project, it was a project which was for the Publications Office for harmonization and standardization internally. So we created lists with countries, languages, currencies. And then we presented this to the other institutions, and they said, actually, well, if you have done this work already and in all these languages, why not profit from it? And this resulted in the creation of a interinstitutional, I think I have gone too far. So interinstitutional body, the Interinstitutional Metadata Maintenance Committee, in which all the institutions are represented, and which aim is to harmonize and standardize metadata on EU level. So we have the website, the MDR, where you can find the reference data, but it's also at the same time a framework. There's a governance procedure for the maintenance of the different assets that we maintain in this context. And so the aim is harmonization, standardization, and also reuse of this reference data in human and machine readable formats. So if we look at the assets that are stored today in the metadata registry, we have what we call authority tables. So these are value vocabularies, controlled lists, which are characterized by their authority code. So they have this identifier, this unique identifier. Then labels in up to 24 official EU languages. Mappings to legacy codes we have used or other that are used in other systems, but also to, for instance, standards like in this example here, to ISO codes. And then another important asset is the core metadata exchange protocol that the institutions have agreed to use in the exchange in the legislative decision-making process between them. So previously there used to be a system. This was it was not long. It was a legacy system. It was no longer prolonged, and so instead, the institutions agreed to come to a common protocol with a core metadata schema, extensions per institution, and a common transmission protocol. Also with, again, dedicated controlled lists. So this is the IMMC core metadata exchange protocol, which is used by the different institutions. And then we have also Eurovoc resources like the distributions and alignments. I'll come back to that in a minute, and other reference data which are specific, for instance, for the presentation of data on the Eurlex portal. If we have a closer look at one of these authority tables, so this is the list that we have today. So we started with the classics, languages, countries, currencies, and then we moved into more EU-specific tables, such as the corporate bodies, so the names of the different institutions. And if you have a look at, for instance, the example here of the Commission as a concept has evolved over time. So it used to be Commission of the European Communities, and then it became Commission of the European Union. So we track this evolution of the concept with a start date and an end date, and this in all languages. And the same applies to the other tables as well. So again, for countries, if there are changes to the name, if a concept from a monarchy becomes a republic, we trace this in these tables. So we have other examples as well, like procedures, events, treaties. Voilà. So each table, as Mark has already mentioned, can be identified by a URI, both for the table as for the individual concept, and they will be dereferenceable soon. The source format is XML, and from this XML we derive from a subset of the data SCOS version and also HTML. They are published on the website, on the MDR website, but at the same time we also distribute them as data sets through the EU Open Data Portal, and we provide ADMS descriptions and publish them on JoinUp. What we're working on is to make the authority tables, to disseminate them through the seller, so that they become dereferenceable, both the tables and the individual concepts. And we are working on alignment, as we have heard this morning in the context of the ISA program, on aligning with other vocabularies such as the vocabularies from the Library of Congress or the Virtual International Authority file. In parallel, we work on adding additional reference data to the metadata registry. So, for instance, the ontology of the Open Data Portal and its evolution towards the use of the DCAT application profile. And there are other reference data assets that we will be adding to the metadata registry as well. Some of our clients. So we have, of course, well, I would say our main client internally is the seller and the different dissemination sites through the seller. And then we have partners that make already use of the authority tables, like the Open Data Portal. We have in ADMS, they are using some of the authority tables. For the DCAT application profile, a number of authority tables have been defined. And then we work together closely with colleagues, ISA, JRC, etc. So, 2 words about Eurovoc, which we also manage. So, Eurovoc is multilingual thesaurus of the EU. It has 24 languages actually. It's 23 official languages plus Serbian. So it's a multidisciplinary thesaurus. It covers multiple domains, strong EU coverage, not very specialized. And this specialization, we can obtain this by aligning it with other more specialized thesauri. So the current version is version 4.4. We have in total 6,800 concepts covered in 21 domains. And so we are aligning with other vocabularies such as Agrovoc, ECLAS, and GEMET, and we are working also on other alignments. And what is new since last week, you can download the SCOS XML and the actual alignments without having to register. They are available as they are from the MDR website and from the Open Data Portal. We're also involved in other standardization activities. So we have, I'm getting a reminder that I should wrap up. So we work together for public procurement domain, ELI, but you will hear more about that in a minute. And of course, ISA Action 1.1, where we are chairing the group to come to a common approach for persistent identifiers in the EU institutions, metadata governance, we're involved, and alignment. So, to conclude, at the Publications Office, we strive to come to open access to all our information resources we manage. So from the publications that you've seen from the 50s to today, open access, also to all the data sets that are available in the Open Data Portal. So the aim is really to promote, reuse, and access. We do this not alone. There is a framework of the IMMC, the Interinstitutional Metadata Maintenance Committee. And last but not least, we would like to stress the commitment from the Publications Office for the maintenance of these reference data that we are managing, so that you can also rely on, when you're reusing these reference data, that you know that there is somebody behind who maintains this reference data. Thank you for your patience. If you have any questions.
So thank you very much, both Willem and Mark, for this insight into the metadata maintenance committee, interinstitutional at interinstitutional level. This helps very much the coordination across institutions, European institutions. So it's a very important development. Questions this afternoon, as the interventions are more different than this morning. We will take questions after each session. So if you have questions now for Mark and Willem, please let us hear them. We have one question here. We get a mic.
Hello, I'm Aurelia from Lithuania, from Information Society Development Committee. And you mentioned that every data tables is published on your website. I am interested if there is a possibility to get this data automatically, not manually. Because if we want to use them, it will be good to have automatically updating these data. So if there is a possibility, automatically download and use for systems.
Thanks for the question. Are you specifically interested in instance data or in the tables, or both?
I could be both.
So then, maybe for the instance data, yes, you can download it automatically, but we don't yet have a notification service about changes. So you would have to devise your own. That said, we are now putting such a notification mechanism in place in form of a feed, so RSS feed, that would allow or will allow you to exactly get information on all the changed objects that you could then use to automatically get that.
If I can add for the reference data, for the moment there are distribution lists, but from the moment they will be stored in the cellar, we can use the same notification mechanism. So it's the EU open license. The what is it? The standard Europa license. Yes.
Do we have more questions? Okay.
Maybe one question. When you're talking about XML as basic technology to store the data, do you use any specific standard for that? I mean, such as generic code or other standards around?
Well, the metadata is not actually stored in XML. It is stored really in RDF, so structured according to an ontology. We do have schemas for the content, so really the files that we are producing, especially in the legal domain. It's a standard called Formex, but that is really for the text itself.
And so for the reference data, we do not follow a specific standard.
Further questions? Otherwise, we move to the next presentation, which is, you heard already about the ELI, the European Legislation Identifier, which is seen as a step towards legal semantic interoperability in Europe. And it's Mr. Dunn, who is the chair of the ELI task force of the European EU Council, who will introduce this concept in more detail to us. Thank you very much. Can we get some technical help, please? You have a brilliant opportunity to ask more questions.
doesn't work. You want to go back.
It's down here. It's down here.
Yeah, it's down there.
Yes, this one. It's blocked.
It's blocked.
Magnified. Just close it. Just close it.
Go and help them.
It's blocking.
Who is blocking it? The big question. We now have about 10 IT experts trying to get the PowerPoints going. Yes.
Postponed for 4 hours.
Hola.
Yes, so in a book published by Nicolas Negroponte some years ago, he was describing a situation. He was the director of MIT, a department there, and he was describing a situation that he was on a flight together with 4 other professors, so one Nobel, I think, candidate, something like this, and they were trying all together just to close one window in one in one laptop, and they failed. So I see this happening now again.
My time is up. Thank you.
And you're not nervous, are you, now? No pressure.
Time for...
Short name Eli. We had already some questions about why European legislation identifier. It could be universal. So we all came up already with some new ideas about this naming convention, and then we can put this in the authority tables of the Office of Publication. See how the name of Eli evolved over time. Who hasn't had the problem finding legislation? I'm in a specific context. I'm getting married. I'm having a child. What exactly do I need to do? Who are the lawyers who didn't expect to have more information out there than what they have right now? I think there are a lot of needs for the moment which are not solved, or a lot of needs which we could easily facilitate to give information if we had the right tools and if we could present them in the right context. Here we go. Also, for government institution, sometimes it's very difficult to have the latest state of a document. I'm working for the state of Luxembourg, so for me it's sometimes also very difficult to know, is this the last version which is available? So sometimes it's very difficult to have information in its context or at the correct time. I think we've been seeing all over now that there's a lot of information, the flow of information is increasing terribly. And if we don't structure it right now, I think at the end we really be lost somewhere where we would not want to be. And I think it's a correct moment right now, so we could facilitate all this work being done. And I think on the basis of everything, we have laws, legislation. I think it's one of the key elements. And who hasn't had the question from either your minister or your bosses, please tell me what does this legislation influence, what this legislation has an impact on. Normally big eyes, and then we tried to dig out all the documents and try to find everywhere the legislation is linked together. So it's really very time consuming. So opportunities, I think we all know them right now. I think there are quite a lot for the moment. Access to legislation, access to information. We have our PSI directive, which just has been renewed right now, something very interesting. There's a lot of digitalization going on in the public sector, so also there. Of course, also, I think we heard a lot about it, transparency. Try to get the information out in the correct manner so people can read it easily. So one of the ideas was, just with the only to put it to the legislation, was to how can we facilitate the access to it. So the work actually started now a couple of years ago. It's in an informal group. Maybe that's why also the success of it at the end. It's the European Formal Official Gazettes, which is all the official journals of Europe. We said, how can we easily access information? How can we share information easily? We have 27, 28 official journals all around Europe. We have the central one, which is Eurolex, the official publication. But how can we share this information with each other? Not to redo the same work which has already been done, but reuse the work which is done somewhere centrally. Could it be office of publication or in your ministries, something too. So ELI Task Force was created, and it's on the EU Council, and you actually almost have 100% of the team is here. So it's just the UK with John Sheridan, we got office of publication Mark Custer, we have our French colleagues in the room here also, and Luxembourg for myself, which are trying to help official journals to implement ELI and try to move in the same direction. So we do have a lot of work there going on, and we just received the ISA funding this year, so we hope with that we can even move on more swiftly. So I think I mentioned it, it's access to information, it's exchange of information, which is the key word here. And of course, it must be human and machine readable, which is a key point. So what are the components actually of ELI, and what brings the beauty of that all together? We heard it, unique resource identifier, meaning we need to uniquely identify an act on the internet. And this is quite flexible for every country, and we can do it quite easily, I think. We add metadata to that. If I come back to the picture I saw this morning with the man in front of his house with the dog, it's more or less that, metadata. We describe what's inside. But here comes the beauty of the third pillar is actually the beauty of the project is now we tell the dog belongs to the Mr. X. His shirt belongs to him. His house belongs to the bank because he didn't pay his rent. So here we describe the relations between different acts. And that's where we can really easily have some impact analysis, and it's quite fascinating. So the first URI, I'll go very quickly through it, and I'm open to questions afterwards. Just to say it's an HTTP URI, especially know what that means. It's a natural hierarchization, and it's flexible for every country. Don't forget, we are 28, even more member states, or other countries who want to adopt it. So it must be flexible in the framework. If I want to put year at the beginning, another country put year at the end, it's no problem. They can do that. The only thing, it must be unique. If I take a quick example for Luxembourg, we asked ourselves, how do the professionals, how do the citizens actually cite their legislation? In Luxembourg was quite easy. It's mainly by the date and type of law. we'll say it's the law of 20th of June 2012. And then we have other information which we can show. So we just took the little piece of, as you saw, of the ELI, and then we built them a URI structure which looks like this in Luxembourg. So every single country could actually do the same. Some started already, and by sharing this information also, it's more easy for the citizens to have access afterwards to the information. Maybe just going back, one thing is quite important also is you can work in small steps. You can build on the existing solutions you have and then extend it afterwards. We do not have access to articles for the moment, but we will do it afterwards. We don't have access to consolidated versions, but we will. So we left it open to extend it. So based on the Ferber model, for the moment, if I put into the unique URI, just an example up there, I will show you actually only what I have right now, which is publication of the journal of the official journal. I don't have nothing else. But maybe tomorrow I have more information. I have a consolidated version, so I can redirect it to the consolidated version because I think the users, that's what they need and that's what they want. So it's really quite flexible and quite open. Well, metadata, I think you're all experts here, probably more than I am, so just brief description, what is inside the document. And we try to standardize here with some metadata which has been published in the Official Journal of the European Union, so which can be reused and you can build on top of it. Now, coming back to the ontology, and I will step maybe 1 or 2 minutes more on this one here. Again, it's just a description of relationships between two components, between two objects. So it is, of course, human readable and, of course, also machine readable. So what can we do if we have this structured information? If I take an example of Luxembourg nowadays, I want to know how a directive has been transposed. It's manual work. I can have easily, on the high level, the directive has been transposed by this legislation. I have no details at all. I really have to go search, probably with different ministries, to see which article has been transposed and how. So a machine is completely lost. There's been a little machine here on the left. He'd be completely lost. He doesn't see anything. He just sees a PDF, which is an image for him. He cannot analyze it. He cannot see anything. But if I have machine readable or structured information, here I took the legislation.uk. On the right side, you can see human readable, the same information displayed as a machine in XML format. And if I add, and we think that, well, John can confirm maybe afterwards, that we try to add RDFA into the files also to make it the third pillar usable. So what can we have if we have all three pillars? Actually, we can try to modelize even. On the right side, you can see a small video. Just taking information with RDF, injecting it at a very, very high level into a system where I can show how a directive has been modified in Luxembourg. What is the incidence if one of these component changes? I actually can analyze that and I can get feedback very quickly. So this was a very simple model, and you will see more complicated right after this one. So also this for politicians is always quite easier if you have something. If you try to explain the Ferber model, it's easier with a diagram like this than putting on informatics side. This is actually you will see, it's one document from the Office of Publication which has been structured. Just injected into a visual system without any filters, but you can see all the links. And what is important here is that depends where you are, you can have a different look, you can have different view. if your Ministry of Finance wants to have a view from the finance side, he can have a look from the finance side. If you want to have it over the directive side, you can have it over the directive side. So you can actually put the needs for everybody up like this. And you can interconnect with other information out there. Would it be statistics? Would it be, I heard about PSC, point of thing in context this morning. You can interconnect it actually with quite a lot. So coming back to this model, it's just on the left side. I have to sign, I have 5 minutes. So left side is European Commission, the Office of Publications. On the right side, you have transposed by France and by Luxembourg. And the idea is, of course, exchange of information. If you look here on the left side, all the information on the left side comes from the Office of Publication, just with one link. I give them an EDI link, and they send me back the information, and I decide what I want to show on the site. It's up to me. So again, here it's only going one way, but what we want is, of course, that it goes both ways, and that all these official journals be interconnected over the next couple of years. So what we really aim is that, never again lost in legislation, not in translation. A machine wants to see its acts in these 3 dimensions. A user maybe only want to see a specific ad at a specific time. It is feasible with structured information. So just to sum it up, some advantages. Well, I guess you read them on the slides when you redistribute it. I think ELI is really a great project, and I was maybe sound like an Apple seller here. Apple meaning the computers. It's really a great project, and I hope we little by little will have more countries who will step in and adopt ELI over the time. And I hope also with the help of ETHA now, we can also build some tools where we can help member states to implement this kind of information. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this interesting presentation, and thanks for being here in spite of actually not being able yesterday that you could make it. John was ill until yesterday and perhaps feels it's slightly still. Thank you very much. Questions?
Priit Parmakson from Estonia. I would like to ask, are there any barriers, national cultural traditions, which could prevent or hinder introduction of a common identifier?
Actually not. No, there aren't any barriers. And I would even say if you have something which is existing nowadays and works, you can either keep that one, keep ELI as an essential one, keep the old one as an alias, for example, so both systems can still work. I think we have a very good example in France. We do have a system which is called NOR, which is a specific identifier, but a user can almost not read it because it's only a couple, well, not say signs, but letters one behind the other. So putting on top the ELI, they will probably keep the old system, so to have interoperability with all the systems who use an old identifier. So both systems can run parallel without any problem.
Have you looked into structuring the legislation itself? Because now it looks more like you're adding index cards to the PDFs, so to the legislation. But have you done any work in identifying objects or text parts within the documents, or automatic classifications and stuff like that?
Well, I think I will answer one part of it, and I'll leave the technical part more for Mark here. You can identify the structured until little part you ever want. It's really up to you to decide to where you want to go with the structuring. You might want to start off at a very high level, the act itself, And if you want, and you have the capacity, you can go down to the article, even to the comma if you want. Now, within the XML structuring, that I think I will not dare to answer that question.
In fact, just to elaborate a tiny bit, it is foreseen in the LES, you said, that we have a further structured, like articles, like paragraphs. For the European level, I can say that we have not defined a schema for exactly this to be put in place, but it presupposes, as you've said, that we have data already in a structured format that allows us to go actually that way. So to actually dereference that information, to get really to the article, for example. If all I have is a PDF, I never get physically to the article. And so for this reason, it is not the part that we push right now, because some member states, and incidentally also the publications office, do have the information in XML and would be able to do this. Others, however, have not. And it does allow the flexibility to do it, but it's not the part that is pushed at this stage, to not put up a barrier for those that are not yet there or maybe don't want to go there.
Maybe just to add what I said before, again, you can do it in small steps. You don't have to do the 3 pillars in one. You can do the first pillar first. Even if the first pillar, you can choose where you want to go, and then you continue afterwards. We in Luxembourg decided to do it that way also. First pillar first, and then we see what we can do later on. So it's really in the simple steps, but you build your semantic official journal little by little.
What is the IT infrastructure of ELI? I mean, what kind of tools do you use? Or is there any selection for the identification of the identifiers or the metadata?
Well, it really depends on your IT infrastructure. The aim is that you can build on top of your structuring. Don't have to rebuild everything you have already done. So try to keep your core information. If it's, as Mark just mentioned, if it's only in PDF, unfortunately there must be a change then at that stage. But if you have already structured information, you can build on top of that. And again, it's on every single member state to decide how do you want to implement it. The only thing is that if you use the common building blocks, you are sure you will be interoperable at a later stage, even if you do it in small steps.
We have a further question at the back. We can get the microphone there. Thank you. Here.
Thank you. I think that the question was more on the area of, from technology point of view, how you have implemented the whole. I mean, are you using, for example, idle, library, or how do you do the indexing? How do you, technically speaking?
Well, the only thing Ellie defines only are the 3 pillars, which are really like interface, like a way to exchange information. In fact, it presupposes that you have somewhere structured metadata in whatever way that you can give out according to the attributes that John has shown in the presentation. And in fact, even if we look about the core members that are currently studying it and going that way, the infrastructure of Luxembourg, the infrastructure of the Publications Office, the infrastructure of the UK, the infrastructure of France have technology-wise nothing in common. And the point is that we define a way to get the information through standard HTTP URIs and standard what is called RDFA. It's actually the same technology used by Google and others to embed information in their website to get it from from A to B. But how you put it there is actually relatively simple. But is entirely dependent on your own existing infrastructure, only presupposing that you have structured metadata already.
Okay, one more question. Is the whole process automated? I mean, let's say that the documents change, there are updates, there are whatever. I mean, is this process of updating the whole, data automatically done, or is there any manual intervention, or how is it?
So the ontology itself has been thought of, especially I think we do have the expertise to see. So it has been developed to see how can we treat with changes, how can we treat with consolidated versions, how can we link all the things together. But of course, ELI itself will not consolidate your legislation. Unfortunately, not. I think I would be happy to sell you this magic, but I would be a very bad seller at the end. So there's still a lot of homework to be done, a lot of manual work to be done. But once you have set up, as I said, the basement, you can build on top of this basement and then move on further on. But we are glad to help out, the ELI task force is glad to help out any member state who wants to go in this direction, and because we do have now a lot of expertise, and so.
Okay. Two more quick questions. Up to which extent is this application used at the moment? I mean, is it used by? Maybe you already mentioned this, but I didn't get it. Is it used by only from the publication office? By how many countries are actually using the application currently as we speak?
So we can say UK. So UK is using it. ELI is also implementing Luxembourg partially on the first pillar. France will probably, I hope, end of the year be also available. Office of Publications, I hope, also very, very, very soon. But they have all the basic building blocks, so it should be up and running. I'm aware of Dublin. I'm aware of other countries who want to go that direction, like Denmark. Italy has also done a big part already, even if they have. That was, for example, they have two identifiers, which is one which was a UN Lex, and you also have the ELI. So, but as they had all the single building blocks, they could easily manage to build with those building blocks a UN Lex and an ELI, which is quite easy for them, quite straightforward.
Okay, and a last question. Sorry about the. I'll be quick. The last question is, I think that the Commission already had some tools in the same area. Some times ago, I heard about a tool from the JRC, I think, called the TransJ, which was an application somehow to consolidate the legislation coming from the different from the Parliament, from the different bodies. And I mean, before starting this project, have you done a SWOT in the area, or what applications are already existing? What are the pros and cons? I mean, did you do this kind of investigation, or just asking?
I maybe answer very shortly on one part. Yes, we looked into it. As I mentioned before, the idea started off with the official journals. So every responsible of the official journal was in the team at the beginning, and that's where we started off. So we could bring in quite a lot of expertise at the beginning already, and it's still going on right now. I think that's one of the beauty of this project, is that this exchange of information, the best practices of everyone worked perfectly. It's one I think you will not see quite often. Two member states which are quite big in Europe sit together and advance on this project. So it was really very, very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Shall we move on? Do you have any other burning questions? We move on? Because the next presentation is also related to the ELI. It's Mr. John Sheridan, who is head of the legislation services at the UK National Archives, as we heard already before. And he is going to talk to us about the work done at legislation.gov.uk, the UK's official legislation website, which uses linked data technologies for developing the world's first linked data statute book. Sounds interesting. Please.
So, I've some stuff to fess up to, first of all. Thing number one is I've learned when I do presentations, I talk too quickly. So if I start talking too quickly, slow down. The second thing that I should own up to is I have too much material for the time. So there's some... but it's okay. So there's some slides... It's okay because there are some slides I'm just going to put up like as a tease, right? So if you think it looks interesting and you want to talk to me about it afterwards, that would be great because I won't have time to explain all of the ideas that are on the slides. The third thing I wanted to say is that I've realised that I'm actually doing entirely the wrong presentation altogether because we had this brilliant question about basically user needs. And in the UK government, and I'm one of the people on the UK government-wide data standards board that determines standards for use across the UK public sector. We have these design principles for everything that we do with digital, and our first design principle is start with needs, and then there's a little asterisk, and the little asterisk says user needs, not government needs. And how often do we find ourselves in the semantic interoperability space meeting the needs of government rather than meeting the needs of citizens? But that isn't this talk. That's a completely different talk, which I wish I'd prepared and given. The fourth thing which this talk doesn't cover, but I think is an important observation, I'm just going to throw at you, particularly off the back of listening to something about Ellie, which is I've come to the realization that persistent identifiers are more important for semantic interoperability than data models. So we should be having a lot more conversations about how we identify things and a lot fewer conversations about harmonizing data models. So I just throw that at you. And that's one of my kind of, what have you learned in the last 2 or 3 years? And I would say persistent identifiers are more important for interoperability than data models. Now, what I've come to talk about is linking legal data. And I have too many slides. And I can't work the thing. Okay. So 30 years ago, there was a world where you had sources of law, so things like legislation and case law. You had intermediaries called lawyers who would interpret sources of law, and they had special and privileged access to this material because they had the books, and the rest of us didn't have the books. And when we wanted to access or use a legal service, we would go to a lawyer, and the lawyer would consult the books. And that world's been completely broken. And I think some of the drivers for semantic interoperability can be explained in terms of some of what this slide is trying to say. So we now live in a world where we still have the lawyers, and they're still kind of going, but we've had this plethora of new types of digital service. And they could be digital services from government, or they could be digital legal services. And this area is exploding very rapidly, both in the public arena and in the private sector. A lot of movement towards creating digital legal services. So users, consumers of law, whether we're trying to buy a house or deal with the death of a relative, whatever it might be, instead of just consulting lawyers, we now have several options. We can use a digital legal service. We can consult a primary source of law directly ourselves on the web. And millions of people in the UK do that. I know millions of people use Legifrance. UK and France both have sort of, over 500 million page views to the legislation websites for those two countries a year. 500 million page views a year of people directly accessing a primary source of law. And people talk to each other. And they advise each other. And I think some of this change is what's partly underpinning why we have this need to move towards a greater degree of interoperability. Now, this poses some really big questions for the nature of the sources of law themselves, right? So in our country, we still publish, or we still produce each Act of Parliament on vellum, and here's some example pieces of vellum. Now, this isn't particularly interoperable. When printing was invented, and we moved to starting to publish legislation, it had an enormous impact on the form of law itself. Suddenly you start to see legislation become numbered in paragraphs. When it was just all written out by clerks on vellum, it wasn't numbered in paragraphs or sub-paragraphs. So don't underestimate the impact of format shift on the nature and form of law itself. And I think that's one of the big changes that we're going to see over the next 10 to 20 years. And that has profound implications for those organisations like my own that are in the business of providing public access to legislation, as we do at legislation.gov.uk. Now, the legislation world is really complex. And this is just to give you a little insight into, I can only describe it as a usability catastrophe that is the statute book, certainly of the United Kingdom and probably of most other jurisdictions. This is a diagram of the proportion of the statute book in the UK that you would need to consult if you wanted to fully understand the current and in-force state of one act. One act means that you need to deal with an information landscape that looks something like this. It really is that complicated and that hard. The good news is that we can make some headway, and the answer is partly in the data. And I'm really interested in two types of technology for how we make laws more usable by people. I'm interested in what we can do with the kind of big data technology, so large-scale processing of things like usage data or large-scale processing of legislation texts to give us a leg up to start to build better and more effective semantic models that we can use to ameliorate some of the things that people find most difficult when they're accessing and using legislation. So I think these two types of technology, and we should be viewing them as going hand in hand, how we can process in a kind of big data way large volumes of information to help give us a leg up to developing better models that ultimately can allow us to soften or ease the burden for users of legislation. Now, I've been very inspired by this man. This is J.S. Bach, because he has this wonderful brain for patents. And by these people, really inspired by this concept of pattern languages. And this is a tease, okay? So the idea of taking pattern languages and applying them to your system of laws, what does that look like? And might we use, this is another tease, there was a guy in the 1920s called Hoffeld who came up with, this is called jurisprudence analytics, came up with some really basic core elemental models for how law works, so dual opposites and dual correlatives. Can we revisit some old ideas that the legal analysts came up with that are now not taught and probably long forgotten, and start putting them to use in creating better models for how we manage and interpret legislation contents? And what happens when we start to do this? I want to give an example of a particular service that embeds some of the concepts of semantic interoperability at heart. And this is also something that I'm responsible for. It's the UK government's official gazette, which is called the London Gazette. And it's been going since 1665. It started just after the fire of London. And paradoxically, we've had a gazette for a very long period of time, but we've never published our legislation in it. But it's the same team that publishes legislation that's also responsible for the Gazette. And go figure. Anyhow, we've done a lot of thinking about what the role of our Gazette should be in future. And it contains a lot of different types of information, but it's fundamentally about putting facts on the record in the public domain to support legal purposes or to support legal processes. It's a trusted source. It's open and available, and ideally that it's linked. Now, you can visit thegazette.co.uk. This is particularly good if you're a semantic web geek. Visit thegazette.co.uk because you'll find some treats. Now, the Gazette covers all sorts of different types of information, a lot of information about companies, so particularly corporate insolvency, but also information about individuals when they've got an award or an honour or a medal, and also when people die. Some information about the royal household, and I think also we put, in 1914, we declared war by putting a notice in the official gazette too, and you can access that online as well. Anyhow, there's a little view of the taxonomy. The semantic web stuff was about how do we take documents that contain lots of really useful data and represent the data in the documents so that the two are combined in a single unit, so kind of semi-structured textual information with data included in it, and we want to represent both the document and the data as a single unit. How do we do that in a way that we're modelling not the notice, so that not the document concept, but we're modelling the thing that the notice is about? And how do we do that in a way that maximises interoperability? So this is an example of a little document. And the data in this document, so this document is stored in HTML5, and the data in the document has been marked up using RDFA. So all the key facts have been marked up with some of the facts drawn out. And then that information, that kind of rich data embedded in the document, has been extracted as a separate view, which you can also access, and you can see on the right-hand side some different ways in which you can view the information. Crucially, there's a human readable view of the data. And here you can see the different formats that the information is available in. And also, you can explore some of the links. So this data set links when a piece of legislation is referenced to our legislation using our European legislation identifier. When a company is referenced, it links to the company's register information using the persistent identifier we have for companies. When a local authority is referenced, a council, then it's linked to the information that our mapping agency has constructed for the administrative boundaries, and also for our postcodes. Now that means that the information is actually linked to a number of different sources, and that helps create better data. It also means that it becomes much easier to float on top additional services. I'd also pick up on before Max asks whether the data is open. This information is all available under the UK government's open licence. So if you have a look at the Gazette, and I would encourage you to do that, what you'll see is, I think, quite an unusual thing. It's a service containing a diverse range of information, principally for supporting legal purposes, and it's sitting somewhere between the kind of digital legal service and a source of law. Sometimes it's a source of law, and sometimes it's much more a digital legal service. A pattern for representing both documents and data combined, using a variety of different vocabulary. The documents and the data are both digitally signed, so you can take the data away from the document and still track back that the data is what it purports to be and verify it, which is pretty important if the purpose of the information is to support a legal process. For example, if a company has or hasn't been wound up. The provenance of the information is also included using the new W3C provenance vocabulary. And the content for all of these different types of notices is semantically validated, and that's recorded in the provenance trail. There's a user view of the data, there's a user view of the service, and then there's a user view of the data as well as machine readable view of the data, and it all links back to legislation. It's an example, if you like, of, and I think the key attribute of this is why, for semantic interoperability, identifiers are more important than data models, because a number of public agencies have made identifiers, we've been able to link this source to a number of other sources and thereby achieve a much greater degree of interoperability than we might otherwise have done, including linking this source to our legislation.
Thank you very much for this entertaining view on work linked data in the UK government. So, questions? Microphone? Yes.
Yes. You said that the way that the information is published impact the way that we receive it, or with the So the question is, with the linked data, can we imagine going further, that because your purpose is for end user, but could you imagine that it will have an impact on the way that government and parliament will establish law? And it's also a question to the previous speaker, with the tool, the visualization of the linked data, so we can, if we touch something, can we see the link and the impact on the other law of etc.?
Okay, so I suppose I should answer this in two ways. Number one, that's way above my pay grade, to be fair. However, second answer, and I often include a slide with a quote from Marshall McLuhan, who's another one, alongside J.S. Buck, of my kind of great influences, and he has an amazing quote, which is, and I suspect he may have borrowed it from someone else, I don't know the exact provenance of it, but I know he said it. We shape our tools and they in turn shape us. We shape our tools and they in turn shape us. So when you go playing with this stuff, of making identifiers for bits of laws, or creating models for them, or creating tools for the people who draft laws to have new insights into how the system of law is working, or creating models that allow you to understand the life of a statute, and why is it that we seem to replace our company law about every 20 years, but not our law of property? These sorts of things are profoundly altering of the whole context within which much more important people than me operate, people who think about how laws get made and drafted, and people who pass them in parliaments. But I'm absolutely sure that by building new tools and new approaches, we will have a profound impact in the long run on the nature and form and structure of law.
Well, I think John is perfectly right. I could even imagine that we spoke about this interconnection. I can easily imagine that a state could monitor actually social media to see what are the references to one piece of law. And imagine that at one stage the social medias will rise up, and you could imagine there's a problem with this law. So it could go two ways without any problem. But again, I think this also is more a long run than will not work tomorrow morning.
One other thing to say on that, which is interesting, if you go back to this diagram, there's a piece of technology built by Oracle called Oracle Policy Automation, which allows you to express rules in a constrained form of declarative natural language, so they can be automatically processed by Oracle software. And the UK government uses Oracle Policy Automation in our Department for Work and Pensions, in our Revenue and Customs Department, and also our Home Office for processing immigration claims. And we're starting to see text written in Oracle Policy Formulation language appearing in some of our regulations and our rules. So we've already moved to a world where we're starting to see law as code. And that's sources of law being adapted to enable the government to deliver better digital legal services when it's providing the service for pensions and benefits and processing immigration claims.
We have more questions, and can you please also remember to say who you are and where you come from?
My name is Mads Hjort. I'm working with the National E-Health Authority in Denmark. A provocative question could be, so did it help the end user? Because the success story is about effective legislation, better legislation, and the technology geek in me is thrilled about all this great technology put to use. But my concern is, do we somehow expect the consumers, the public, to have a really good mental model of the law and the link between laws that is not published or taught in school? Or so how much do the user need to know about the underlying technology, underlying model, before being able to use this? Because law is a little bit more complicated than shopping catalogs and Facebook.
Okay, so that's a brilliant question and a really important point. So there are several things that are true. One is when we've tested with users how people interact with legislation, we've done a lot of work around that. It turns out that the lawyers aren't nearly as good at statutory interpretation as you might think. So I'm not sure that anyone, save for the people who draft the stuff, really get what's going on. I'm not joking. The key challenge is the mental model you need to have when you read a piece of legislation in order to be able to contextualize what it is that you're reading. So when do the words mean what they say? And when do they mean something different because a particular word's been defined somewhere else, or it's been brought into force by something else, or it's been construed by a court? So we've been exploring, and the second thing which is important is that absolutely people expect to be able to go to primary sources of law en masse and expect the law to be current and in force and to apply to where they live, and they expect to have half a hope of being able to figure it out. Now, I think that we've done some work kind of reimagining how we present legislation and again, testing some new ideas with users, and I think we've got some approaches that will come close to helping a lay user understand the must-know information that they need to have when they're reading a text, and then decide how deep down the rabbit hole they want to go in terms of the additional context. I think the way in which devices have changed and much more interactive user interfaces opens up some important possibilities that mean that we can do a much better job than we've been able to do up to now at providing proper context. To deliver those kinds of services, we need a lot more information than we have now. And how do we get it and how do we link it takes you right back to identifiers and all of that kind of stuff underneath the hood.
Just one question about the operational environment. I understand that a lot of what you're doing is linking to yourself, to URIs that you mint yourselves. But you also said you're linking to, for example, the company registry. What kind of arrangements do you have with the people that you use, the links that you have, and do you have any service level agreements, or do you actually see link rot?
So that's a really good question. And I had the invidious job of being sat with the contractor, looking at these various third-party sources of information and making a decision about which ones do we link to directly. So it's like, who do we really trust? Which ones do we link to kind of like via proxy? And which ones do we not link to at all because they're too ephemeral? We looked data set by data set and organisation by organisation, and we essentially had conversations with every organisation, not to the point of agreeing a formal MOU, but in terms of having a clear idea of their intention. If I'm brutally honest, the only URI set that I trusted for the Gazette was the other one that I controlled for legislation. The mapping agency, partly because there was talk around possible privatisation, so there was some anxiety about that. The company register maybe didn't have the same commitment that ideally we would have liked. But I think we're in a world of needing to reach a judgment about some of these things, as well as finding strategies for linking when we don't necessarily trust the source. But when you are wanting to deliver a high provenance, high-end linked data service, some of those decisions get really hard. And that's one of the reasons why I say building persistent identifiers that we can really trust and doing that properly and well. And it's why the implementation of ELI by the Publications Office, which I'm desperate for the Publications Office to complete and mint as a full, proper identifier scheme, so I can link my data to it, and I'll be looking for commitments from the Publications Office about how long they will guarantee those identifiers so that we can link to it. That process, I think, is the key thing for us to work on in terms of achieving greater interoperability.
Thank you very much for that. And that takes us to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Martin Levrang. He's from DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, and he will talk about the ESCO taxonomy and how that facilitates semantic interoperability in order to boost online job search. An important topic. We'll see if we can find the presentation as well.
Time is running.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Now I already lost 15 seconds of my time, but I will catch that up later on. So the project that I would like to present to you now is, I think it's quite an interesting case of semantic interoperability, because it is stimulating also quite some political debate about what is the impact of semantic interoperability on specific parts of the society. And in this case, it's a project on the one hand to better integrate European labor markets, to help with that, but it's also to bridge the gap between education and employment. And it's quite interesting that if you bring these actors around the table and if you start to talk about semantic interoperability, you also stimulate a whole lot of discussions about different ideas, different concepts that you have in these two different worlds, the world of work and the world of education. So the first question that I will deal with is the question, what is ESCO? Okay, here we are. It stands for European Skills, Competences, Occupations and Qualifications. So it is a multilingual classification that we are building here. That will be the portal where it is published. Okay, there is already a portal online. This is the new version that will go online in May. And, well, the first aspect is that it is multilingual. So, in the moment, it's covering 22 languages. It's covering the official languages, and the Icelandic version is under preparation. The second important aspect is that the current version is called ESCO version 0. We call it ESCO version 0 because it is still in a pilot phase. It's a version that we use for testing our whole approach. And at the same time, we are revising the whole content of this classification until the year 2017. So we have a pilot version for testing, but we are building the contents of the classification basically from scratch together with stakeholders until 2017. So what are these contents of the classification? Basically, it's consisting of 3 pillars that are interlinked, and this interlinkage is the very important aspect of it. So we are covering occupations, skills and competences, and qualifications. If we're looking at these different pillars, in the occupations, we currently have almost 5,000 names of occupations, or actually more names. We have around 5,000 occupation concepts that are structured in a hierarchical structure and also linked to international standard classifications, so the International Standard Classification of Occupations. The important thing here is that these occupations come with what we call occupational profiles. So they are linked to the other 2 pillars. They are linked to a set of skills and competences, and they will be linked also with qualifications. If we look at an example, this is a screen of how one occupation looks. So in this case, it's a scenic artist. You can see that that the concept can already be compared across different languages. So you can select the languages that you want to look at. It is arranged in a hierarchical structure. It will be published as linked open data. And this is the aspect of linking that I was talking about. So here you find then the list of other concepts in the classification that this concept is linked to. So if we look at the skills and competences, in the moment we also have a bit more than 5,000 skills and competence related concepts. So it is not a very strict definition of what are skills and competences. It includes also knowledge areas. It can include software and hardware products, can include tools, materials, machines. They are also arranged in a hierarchical structure, and they include both very specific skills that are very specific for some occupations, but also the ones that are more of a transversal nature that can be transferred across different occupations. So it's kind of a continuum. If you think of doing brain surgery is something very specific. There are not many occupations where you need to do it. Welding is something that is already more transferable. You have quite a lot of occupations where you need to perform welding, while then things like numeracy, literacy are applicable to almost all occupations. Here's another example for a skills competence concept. In this case, it's called competition law, so it's more of a knowledge area actually. And what is important there as well is that that we also store for each concept the preferred term in all languages, but also non-preferred terms. Then finally, the third pillar is the qualifications pillar. This one is still at a very early phase, so we're building this pillar from the scratch. We link it to ongoing work in the framework of the EQF, the European Qualification Framework, and in the current test version we have only a few examples of qualification concepts. So this is still ongoing at an earlier phase as the other two pillars. So here's another example, European hairdressing certificate. These concepts come with definition, with information about the awarding body that help you to understand what this certificate is about. Normally, the next question that I deal with in the presentation is what is semantic interoperability? I will skip this one. I think for this audience it's not so relevant. But the question, why do we need semantic interoperability on the labor market? What do we really want to cover with this project? And if we look into the vision, it actually comes from the Europe 2020 strategy, and there it is formulated in a very abstract way. It's the second part of this citation. So the goal is to develop a common language and operational tool for education, training, and work. So it's a bit of an abstract statement. But our approach to that is that we really focus on that it is an operational tool. We really want to build something that adds value in practice, that can be used by people, not an academic framework that is not usable in the everyday life, but really a pragmatic approach, a step-by-step approach with intermediate results that can be used. Obviously, if we want to bridge between employment and education, we have to work together. So this is a joint project by DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, together with DG Education and Culture. We are also supported by the European Centre for the Development of Vocational Education and Training, by CEDEFOP. And we are building as much as possible on existing structures. So where existing structures are there, we do not reinvent the wheel. So there are a couple of frameworks or international standards that we try to use as building blocks and to refer to. And the last point is actually very important about this project. If we don't want it to be something academic, up in the air, top-down approach, we involve the stakeholders right from the beginning. So stakeholders are involved at all levels of the project, from the strategic advisory board, the technical perspective, but also for the content creation. So we bring all the stakeholders around the table to ensure that we have the expertise of the market and that they also tell us what the market needs. What we want to achieve with this system is basically three things. We want to connect national systems, national classifications. We want to cross language barriers, and we want to bridge between education and employment. Connecting national systems is important because basically when it comes to occupational classifications, in each member state, a different classification evolved over time. So the result is that we have more than 30 employment services throughout Europe, and basically each one of them is working with their own methods, their own standards, their own classification systems. So if we want to exchange information on a European labor market between these actors, we would need a kind of translation table from each of these classification systems to each other one. And this is where ESCO comes in and can serve as a hub to translate the information from one classification system into another one. Of course, this is even more challenging in a multilingual environment. So here it is also about bridging the language barriers in Europe. And actually, this development is not so new, because what you can see here is an example of semantic interoperability from the 70s. There was already an exchange of job vacancies at the European level in the 70s with telex, and on paper there was what they call cohérence de termes, with 6 official languages at that point in time, that tells you which occupation corresponds to which occupation in another classification. So basically we apply the same approach. Okay, it's a few more languages, the tools have changed a bit, yes, but in the end that's what it is about. We take one occupation concept and we tell the actors on the market what is it in the different languages. Then the final aspect of bridging between education and employment is quite an important one. This is still at a bit an earlier stage. I think this interaction between the different employment services, it's already closer, but this is more a very long-term development. But what we want to do is we want to develop a common perspective between labor market and the education world by putting the skills, competences, knowledge in the middle. So in the end, it is about what people can do, what people know about. This is what the education system needs to explain. What can people do? What do they know about after completing an education? And this is also what the employers need to explain. What do we expect people to do in practice? And this common perspective is really what we consider as the key to the common language between these two political fields. So it is about describing in a transparent way what the content of a qualification is. It is about capturing the lifelong learning process of an individual, also the additional skills, knowledge, competences that were acquired on the job throughout the lifetime, and making that usable in career guidance and bringing it in line with labor market needs. So how is it used in practice? Well, one example of how we use it is to exchange information, job vacancies and CVs in a European system. So EURES, the European Job Mobility Portal, makes for the citizens accessible the job vacancies from around 30 employment services throughout Europe, and it's a single point of access for a citizen to find these job vacancies. It's between 1 and 2 million job vacancies that are online there. The second thing is that we can make information language independent. So if you create a CV, then it helps you to present the information in any language that you like if you use standardized terminology. So this is a screenshot. It's an example from Europass where you can use this approach. We can use it to improve semantic search, but we can also use it to perform what we call competence-based job matching. So instead of finding a job for a person just by looking at the name of the occupation, we can really look at the individual skill set of the person and the individual requirements of the employer. So bringing in more information into this job searching, online jobs matching algorithms than just the occupation names. I will skip that. And then further in the future is the scenario of natural language processing, so to perform basically CV parsing in a multilingual environment in different languages. And what is also important is that this classification is not only for the public sector, it can be used by private actors as well. So here you see an example after the go live that was last year in October 2013. a private company immediately adopted that and offered it as part of their systems. It's a company selling components for recruitment tools and for job portals. So to summarize, what are the key points to remember? Is that ESCO is a multilingual classification, that it is focusing on interoperability and published as linked open data, that it enables the competence-based job matching, that it can be used in, for example, the EURES system to exchange this information on a European level, and that is being developed together with all stakeholders. If you want to find out more about it, you can look at the ESCO portal. The URL is there, eceuropa.eu/ESCO. You can send us an email. There is also a nice leaflet explaining the project. I will leave a few copies in the foyer, but thanks to our friends from the publications office, you can also order it online or download it. Or the easiest way to find out more about it is to ask me some questions now. Thank you.
So thank you very much for these very concrete examples of semantic interoperability. Back to the question the gentleman asked just after lunch. And more questions to Martin. You were so clear that there are no direct questions. But there are possibilities of getting back to Martin afterwards. So we move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much again, Martin. Yes. Now we're moving to the a large-scale pilot project, eSense. And we have Ms. Muriel Foulonneau, who is a research engineer at the Henri Toudour Research Center, and who is going to talk about eSense, where over 20 member states participate, and is building a cross-border public services that will strengthen our digital single market, which is a very important project. So please.
Hi, so my name is Muriel Foulonneau. I work at the Henri Toudour Research Center, as was previously said, in Luxembourg. And I've been involved with e-government projects in particular. First of all, so I wanted to actually start from what are called the large-scale pilots before I get to explain a bit about eSense and what we are doing in terms of semantics. So I would like to note, first of all, that some of my colleagues involved in the different large-scale pilots are here, and particularly in the eSense Semantic Task Force working group. So starting from the digital agenda for Europe, the basic idea is that there are actually barriers to the flow of online services. And there is a need to build cross-border services for both citizens and businesses. So this is a general political context in which this is happening. So a number of large-scale pilots have been set up for several years in different domains. So SPOCs, Simple Procedures Online for Cross-Border Services, in which I've been involved in, particularly regarding the Semantic Task Force and the implementation of business pilots. EPSOS, which is in the e-health domain, STORC, which is dealing with identity, PEPL in the e-procurement domain, and e-codex in the e-justice domain. So it should be noted that some of those pilots, large-scale pilots, are still running. Others are not running anymore as European projects. They have reached different levels of maturity. That's one of the big challenges we're facing right now. And it's very interesting to see that, however, they do have a number of commonalities. So at a certain point of time, those pilots, which have been set up under so with the support of the European Commission and the ICT PSP program in particular, there have been a number of common components identified. So here I just represented a couple of systems, one from the SPOX project on top, and below one from the Pebble project. And you can see, for instance, that both have e-documents moving around. There are ontologies and data models, and there are a number of components that can be retrieved. And because of that, at some point, the eSense project tried to gather the representatives or people involved in each of those projects, and trying to see whether there are things which can be done together and reused across domains. So this led to the definition of what we call building blocks. So here I put formal definition that represent potentially reusable components of business, IT, or architectural capability that can be combined with other building blocks to deliver architectures and solutions. So the idea is that it's not only a piece of software, it can be architecture, it can be specification, and it's the key thing here is what can we reuse from what other people have done, even if that's in a different domain. The other important part is that the components, so the building blocks that are defined, can be reused in other domains, but if any new domain can come up, then it should facilitate the implementation of cross-border service delivery. So the eSense project is Electronic Simple European Network Services. So to improve cross-border access of citizens and businesses to public services in Europe by provision of interoperable IT solutions. So here I took the ID card of the project. It started last year, and it under the ICT PSP program, and it's running for 36 months. So the objectives are threefold: consolidate the results of the LSP projects, improve solutions, and develop generic modules, and extend their usage to additional domains. So the basic idea is that we're not doing research, we're not inventing new things, we're not creating new applications or new pilots completely from scratch. We're trying to identify existing building blocks and reuse them to enable the delivery of new services. So this involves different pilots. So we have so far 4 areas in which pilots are being built: e-health, e-justice, e-procurement, and business life cycles. So just the same as the LSP, the original LSPs have been tackling. And there is room for additional pilots. So the different tasks. So the first task has been stock taking, so trying to identify which building blocks have been developed in which LSP. So trying to identify the assets we had. And then the idea is specifications of consolidated building blocks, testing and pilot enablement, piloting and handover. So we're really trying to look also into the sustainability of all these building blocks as key elements of an infrastructure for e-government. So in these, obviously the building blocks are a lot larger than just semantics. So what semantics has to do in this? So inside each LSP there has been a multilingual approach. There has been the mapping of data models because each LSP had to deliver cross-border services, so they had to deal with different data models used in various countries. And so here we find the usual interoperability challenges, granularity of description, coverage of models, and so on. but also missing data sets, so with the need to develop new semantic resources. One thing we've been addressing, for instance, in Sparks was the document typology, so the typology of administrative documents, which is not necessarily easy to find, but is usually distributed across different public authorities. So why cross-domain building blocks? Well, actually there are a number of building blocks which are kind of tailored to each of the domains. And when bringing together people from different domains, you have to face questions regarding, okay, but why are we supposed to share information? That happens all the time, that people from different domains understand that they do need to share information with their counterparts, but not necessarily with people from other domains. So in this case, it really depends on the building blocks. Some of them are definitely more domain specific. Others are less. Many experiences have not been leveraged, and many tools could be reused, and that's the case regarding terminology management, for instance. And there are new pilots to come. So how can we facilitate the setup of new pilots, whichever their existing level of interoperability whichever the level of interoperability of national systems in this case. So we've been talking, so we have a particular task group which addresses semantics processes and documents. And we've been talking about things like e-documents with different specifications that have been used in different domains, terminologies, ontologies, semantic mapping services, the validation services, semantic enrichment services. So, for instance, when documents are transferred from one country to another to add a number of information, typically multilingual, using multilingual terminologies. More concretely, so here is some of the things that we've found with e-documents. So here you have the architecture of an e-document, so defined as OCD, which is a specification defined in the scope of Sparks. It was originally based also on VCD, defined in the scope of PEPL, and other LSPs are also using e-documents. So the idea was to try to identify which part was used by which LSP. And the idea is to come to a common e-document model based on standards. So we got together, so a colleague of mine is actually leading a small task force to bring together the e-document model and try to define a specification. And to do that, we really went back to actual international standards to be as close as possible to them. This is a draft, so please do not take it as a final result. This is really a draft, but we've tried to come together and try to relate the existing specifications to a common standard. Regarding semantic mapping services, so what we have so far, particularly in the e-health domain, a number of terminologies have been defined, and a terminology management system has been set up in the scope of EPSOS. In PEPL and Sparks, typically we had to deal with the equivalence of documents. So if I put together an application from a public service, I may have to add a number of documents, my birth certificate, driver license, and so on. If the document doesn't exist in my country, the requested document, then I need to find some kind of equivalent to it. And this is accepted for another document, is really something important to support cross-domain, cross-border services. So this is not an exact equivalence. It has a number of constraints, so it makes the mapping service a little more complex than just a terminology mapping service. we've done some, so we are doing some ontology mapping because different LSPs had defined different domain ontologies with a number of constraints. I'm not going to go into the detail, but with the constraint, for instance, that ontologies have different levels of documentation, the requirements have been more or less formalized in this kind of problems. So the challenges for semantic building blocks we could identify are particularly the various levels of maturity of the building blocks. So we've started with a maturity assessment, so you probably can't read what's on the right-hand side, but we've defined a number of criteria for assessing the maturity of each building block. And try to identify, according to the various levels of maturity, which ones we could extend, reuse, and so on. The number of implementations is actually very different. The eSense pilots requirements also have evolved in comparison with the LSP requirements because we've extended a bit the pilot implementations, of course. The need to reuse standards as much as possible. This obviously includes the ISA core vocabularies, which have been developed at the same time as we were implementing the LSPs. So some of us have taken part in the definition of the ISA core vocabularies based on our experiences with the LSPs. So sometimes not all the mapping has been done at the LSP level, and so we hope to use them really for supporting the mapping tasks. And then the everyone special issue. So each domain actually is very specific, and if you listen to people from each domain, they're all very specific. So trying to define common building blocks that can be used by people from different domains always raises a number of challenges because you don't necessarily understand why you would need to collaborate with people who are not your direct counterparts. So my last slide. As a conclusion, the critical issues for semantic building blocks, well, the use of standards. So even when international standards have not been used or used to the extent they could have been in the first place, we need to try to make sure that we stick as much as possible to international standards, and this includes the ISA core vocabulary to support the mapping process in particular. The implementation of various types of building blocks. So we've really tried to separate different levels of building blocks. So as I was saying, it's not only a piece of software. It can be a terminology, it can be a data model, it can be an architecture, it can be a specification, and so on. And then what's happening in the Connecting Europe facility. So there are a number of DSIs which have been defined in the CEF. So you can see, so I've tried to circle a bit where eSense has a direct relation with those e-government DSIs, but we need to really work on the semantic part of those elements. So I guess that's it. Thank you. And if you have any questions.
So thank you very much for demonstrating the importance of common semantics when building public European services, and also the importance of industry and public administrations to work together to achieve this. Questions? Microphone, please. We have just a second. We have one before you.
Yeah, hello, my name is Peter Trane from local government of Denmark. Could you explain what constitutes a building block, semantic building block, in your way of thinking? I think they should be excluding each other in a way.
You mean that they cannot overlap?
Yes.
Okay. So there may be a number of cases where you could have overlaps. I don't necessarily see that it could be absolutely a big problem, but we're trying to make sure that we coordinate at least the ones we can have a hand on. So, for instance, we've had discussions regarding metadata that were added at the level of e-documents, so like e-document packages to embed what we call payloads, so the proper PDF document, for instance, versus the kind of metadata that can be transferred in the scope of the e-delivery building block. The thing is, it's not, in my perspective, and here I'm going to answer really myself, it's not necessarily a major issue if there is repetition, as long as there is coherence. And plus, we actually try to do stock taking, so trying to identify what people had defined in each LSP. So that's kind of a bottom-up approach, kind of. And that means that there may be some overlaps, but it's not that at the end of the day, necessarily there are going to be only building blocks which are entirely different and so on, especially if some of them will have more of a domain flavor.
Thank you.
And yes, if some of my colleagues here want to add something to whatever I say, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so you said everyone is special, and this is actually holding back the convergence of the semantic building blocks. Do you have an idea on how to overcome that? So what should the EU do to actually, and it's probably something that will happen in the long run, but what could the EU do? Is it something at the legal level and to put in place some kind of an obligation? Is it to put in place some formal governance? Or is it something that should come bottom up? Is it something social? What do you believe should happen? So.
I would say I would answer in two ways. One is theoretical. Yes, you could put a piece of legislation. Yes, you should put money to do it. Then that always eases the process. I've worked in previous life in a domain where people came from different domains. So it was libraries, archives, museums, and so on. And at some point, we tried to set up cross-domain services. And I do remember having that conversation a dozen times with people saying, okay, but we want to share with our counterparts, but we don't really understand why we would need to share with others. It's like 10 years later, I hear that kind of discussion a lot less. And I think, as you say, it's also social. It's also a way of, I don't really like the term educating because it's kind of a we know and they don't. But it's really the idea that if you start having people talk more to each other, try to do things with each other through projects, some of them are very fruitful, some of them are not, then it comes easier to have people have that perspective from the start.
We take one more question and then we move on to the last speaker before coffee.
I'm working quite a lot with Muriel, so I'll just take the freedom to answer the question also in maybe a tiny different way. I think EU could do something. Right now there's a lot of talking about aligning machines and computers and software. That's the technical level. If we want to align mindsets and minds and people, then we could work on a different level, a more abstract level, more generic level. And I think the building blocks presented here is good starting points that the ISA could probably hold on to and publish something that is maintained over a longer time, which is not profiled, which is not realized into concrete software, but is kept on that abstract level. There's plenty of knowledge to hold on to about generic issues, principles, processes about identification, and it could be published and revised every 2 or 3 years when we know more. But try to separate the realization using profiles in specific domains and then the generic descriptions, because I think we onto something here, but we need to separate the specificities so that we always disagree on, and try to focus on these things that we actually do agree on, and then share those. Because in the projects, trying to do cross-domain is even more difficult than doing cross-border. So.
Yeah, if I can just add something, the kind of presentations we've seen today, they actually show, for instance, that what we've seen for e-justice, what we've seen for different domains, we can relate our own problems to those in many cases. Maybe not all of it, but part of it, and it really contributes also to understand how the experience of other people in other domains experience, but also the models, the solutions they found can be reused in different domains. So that also contributes to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we were mentioning the need to work more closely with industry as well. And on that tone, we will have our last speaker before coffee break, Mr. Ralph Hodgson, who is going to give us a perspective of industry on deployed semantic interoperability solutions for the public sector. And Mr. Hodgson is co-founder and CTO of Top Quadrant, a company which is specialized in semantic technology solutions, tools, consulting, and training. Please.
What a situation I'm in. I'm stopping at for inviting me to be here in Athens. I'm both a US citizen and a UK citizen, and if I'm going very fast in my talk, I might drop into dialect, into my Northumbrian dialect, so we'll try to prevent that. So my talk is addressing the need. The main theme I'm on is coexistence. That's what we have to deal with, coexistence. Too many trains have left too many stations. Not in Athens right now, but certainly the metaphor is appropriate. Yeah, I'm going to use this thing, I think. So I need instructions again. I press something here. Can you give me the help again? To go forward. It's not working. I'll use.
No. It's
not enabled. Okay, fine, it's working. Which one?
To go forward and back.
Okay. I couldn't resist putting a slide in from my visit to the Acropolis Museum, and I tried to make some parallels here with archaeology. We do a lot of it in the data world, yeah? And what's interesting about this picture is identifiers. Because there were so many, when I toured Acropolis and Parthenon, I found identifiers everywhere. So they could figure out how to put the thing together again, yeah? And it's that challenge, but it's also a very wonderful thing to visit the Acropolis Museum and see coexistence. To see actually how, and I don't have a picture of it, but there's a wonderful experience you get when you approach the entrance and you see something from 2,000 years ago beneath you, yeah? And that parallel is there in terms of how we have to interoperate with old systems, with current systems. We see the possibility to do things a little better, but there's all this existing stuff. I call it a bagacy. It's a combination of the word baggage and legacy, yeah? Baggage is your own legacy, and legacy is someone else's. So we have bagacy, and we have to deal with it through interoperability ideas of various kinds. So I have the challenge of getting through something like 20, 30 slides. You see the icon at the bottom there? It's saying, it's a reminder to me, don't go deep, look at the time. Keep looking at the time, yeah? So I have, you'll see this on a slide. It means it's a takeaway. It's a leave behind. And there'll be more leave behind slides. I don't need to define interoperability, so we'll not be doing that slide. As well as being the co-founder of Top Quadrant, which was the first US company to be fully devoted to semantic technology, I'm also the NASA QEDT lead. What does QEDT stand for? Quantities, units, dimensions, and types. If you have quantifiable data, you have to have units of measure. You have to know it to be temperature, pressure. Where do you put all that stuff when you only have an SPO, yeah? A triple of that kind. So there is lots to think about in that way. I'm also involved with EPIM, which is a Norwegian initiative. It's a non-profit organization which is dealing with, and I'll dive fairly deep on that, it's dealing with how to provide reports on the activities on the Norwegian continental shelf, where there are many companies, as you well know, dealing with oil and gas production and exploration. Top quadrant, introducing that quickly, is both in the US and the UK. So I'm glad to be here representing our UK operation as well. We are an innovator of Sparkle technologies. We've taken Sparkle way beyond where it was intended to be. It's not just a query language now. It's also a rules language. We have that with Spin. We use Spin to do inferencing both at a class level, at an instance level, and we also use it in Sparkle Motion to do a data flow language for orchestration. We use it in Sparkle web pages, not just to generate HTML, but I'm actually generating queries, I'm generating documents, I'm generating JSON, using Sparkle web pages as a way to create services that work in a RESTful way. And all of that is deployed, and I will feature 3 or 4 solutions that will illustrate that. We also use SWP with SWA to build user interfaces. So we've moved from being the provider of top-rate Composer, which was the original offering we had in 2005, to being a provider of platforms and solutions. And if you want to know more about that, this is a leave behind, we can talk about it later, yeah? There are many things that can go wrong with data. This is in one of the books I published with a colleague, something like in 2005 on adaptive information. We all know the ways that data can go wrong. Conflating, wrong naming and coding, the need for identifying management, again, crops up there. I don't have time. This I did in 2009 to illustrate dimensions of, and I can point, I think, with this, illustrate on the vertical axis the role of models, and on the horizontal axis the nature of linkability. Things are really linked if you can explore them, if you can follow the link, if you can do it without any kind of code. Much of what's going on in the linked data, or did happen at this time, required Sparkle to make sense of things, or ETL, or some other programming language to interpret things. The US published a lot of data here, but it wasn't very model-based, or if it were model-based, it wasn't going to be linkable without some program. Life sciences is doing so much good work to make things more linkable. I'm working with NASA colleagues to make QEDT more of a way to interpret data with a model basis to it. And the linkability talks we've actually had this afternoon have illustrated the importance of being able to have strong identifiers. That is the powerful idea of semantic web, to have a strong, well-known identifier. And you'll achieve much linkability through that. 2009. Remember, the world has changed since then. I didn't have time to do an update on this. There are many ways of putting ontologies to work, and I don't have time to go into this, but you notice orchestration here, you notice transformation, you notice the hard stuff in the top, which is model-driven read-write applications. A lot of the linkability stuff that we see is read-only. We're doing read-write in some of the systems we're busy with right now. Model-driven read-write applications are very hard with the semantic web, and we've conquered some interesting problems there. This is our stack. Again, it's a leave behind. We have engines for doing inferencing, engines for doing orchestration, engines for doing transformation. This is an example of EVN, which is a recovery manager which deals with version control, graph management. It's deployed in a number of places in Europe now. And one of my case studies is actually the Mayo Clinic, which I'll come on to in a second. But all of this is driven from Sparkle. All of the user interface is happening from a model. And we don't have time to go into that. Here we see interoperability at a component level. In our latest 4.5 version, we can achieve a lot of model-driven UI of this kind. Yeah? So I'm going to pick 3 customers from this list of customers we've been working with over the years. I'm going to pick OECD is actually one I could have done, but I didn't have enough time to check whether I could describe their system or not here. But there they're using vocabularies a lot. The important ones I'll mention in this talk are EPAM on the right, and I shall be dealing with not AstraZeneca, but Syngenta, which is a life science company, as you see here, and the Mayo Clinic, which you might think of as a life science company, but it's actually in the digital media world. So why are they using our technology and semantic web ideas? It's in the case of Mayo Clinic, it's to enhance retrieval, to be able to annotate documents, to be able to use vocabularies, to improve search, and that's happening in a system now that was deployed in January. It went live January this year. Syngenta in the UK have been doing something coexistence of a different kind. How do you make databases look like one database? By having D2RQ, which may be known to some people, provide a bridge to so that a Sparkle query can be translated into SQL, and triples come back. We can make databases look like one database. So this is another kind of coexistence. In the case of EPAM, we're dealing with XML standards a lot, and we're dealing with that on a huge scale, which I'll come on to later. The last one I will not have much time to describe, so I won't be drawn into that. In the case of Mayo, as I said, it went live on 5th of January. Here they're providing linkages to content management system to enhance search, and there's a lot of taxonomy here. There's a lot of master data. Every vocabulary has to have metadata associated with it. And then there's a need to be able to annotate things that live in those CMS systems, and I have included a slide here. Again, it's a takeaway slide which shows how we're involved in this architecture. It's been provided to certain stakeholders right now, and there's going to be a lot more need to evolve this over time, and that's why version control of graphs is such an important thing that we've solved. Yes, the ability to have that version control and history management and migration of content. I leave behind now. This is an example of how we can provide a service in our technology. We represent Sparkle in triples as well. So every Sparkle query is stored in RDF. That way you can manage change through all queries. You can also dynamically build these queries. As I said before, I generate queries using SWP. And this is a templated query where the arguments are provided, as you see in the top there. We can perhaps go back to that. I pressed the wrong thing there. But if I go back to the pointer, you can see that there are 2 arguments, and they get evaluated in this query. And that is provided as a REST service. So it's automating the provisioning of services in a way that the services themselves become migratable. So case study 2, as I said earlier, it's about databases, interoperability through model-driven mappings. That's what you read in the bottom of that slide there. And databases from different sources. They were amazed at how quickly we could add another source. What would have taken 6 months to do happened in a matter of days, or at the most a week or 2, adding a new source. And here again we see linkability, traveling through multiple graphs to find things relating to the discovery of issues with drugs and things of interest to clinical and biochemists of various kinds. EPAM, there you see Norway, you see the continental shelf, you see an oil rig. They are reporting XML data to us. That gets transformed into RDF. Reports get generated for the various authorities. This went live about 18 months ago. And there is a whole vision here at EPAM of how to go from just that drilling and production report to the environment hub, which got deployed last week. We're just celebrating the release of the Environment Hub for the first time, the Logistics Hub, how do you track containers? That's something else we're busy with in the Norwegian EPAM initiatives. So how does this all work? Busy slide. You can read it later. I'm into my last 5 minutes. The important thing here is to say that we build proxy ontologies from XML schemas. The proxy word is a little difficult sometimes to get your head around. It's really a proto-ontology which lets you interpret the XML and automate the transformation into triples. So these technologies are proving to be useful in all kinds of interesting new ways beyond what you normally think of as linked data. We have linked models. Here's an example of the Environment Hub, which is dealing with emissions and hazardous waste and contaminants. And there's a lot of interesting things going on here, which I don't have a lot of time to talk about, but we've heard about the need to manage graphs in what I've said so far. What if you have the need to manage models as well? The 15926 model is a 4D ontology. It deals with spatial and temporal part of. It's very complicated. You want to insulate that from the people doing analytics and UI and reporting. We do that with magic graphs. A magic graph is a way to have a three-field URN, where the first position in that field is the schema, the second is the graph we're interested in, the third is the target schema. The first thing, it holds a map which says, when I make a query of an SPO up here, I'm going to run a transform automatically to lift this model into the interface model. This is proving to be a very important way of doing transformation. So it's again about how do you use the Sparkle and web technologies to do semantic web technologies to do transformation. This is Sparkle Motion. Not much time to get into that. The thing to illustrate here is often we are busy referring to models. I lost my pointer here. This is doing an inspection of the model, saying, give me all of the classes that you have, give me all the properties, go and look for instances of those, and lift them. Here's where the lift operation happens. So we use a data flow language here to look after the lifting of the deep integration model into the interface model. Enough said on that, except perhaps to emphasize that we are using the provenance ontology here. We're adding provenance so that we can manage all of the various graphs. The Logistics Hub is the next thing we're going to be dealing with, which is going to bring even more demands for real-time use of this technology. So we are dealing with veracity. That's the important word in that first bullet. If you've been following big data, you'll have learned about the 3 V's. The 4th V is veracity. And that's what I learned recently from a colleague was being spoken of is not big data, but tedious data. Tedious data is where you have to deal with data quality a lot, and that's what we have in many of these examples. I've said that interoperability has different solution types. I've said that Sparkle is more than a query language, and we're getting a lot of mileage out of that. Other work that I've been doing with NASA is the QDT work. These are leave-behinds. I did some work with NEOM, with colleagues to transform NEOM into OWL, and there's a reference to that here. This is the precursor to what we heard the 2 PIMs talking about, where we work with the Ministry of Justice with a vision of how to have UN CFACT ontology models that generated XML schemas. And that's me finishing. I'm on Twitter. I have a site called linkmodel.org because I really believe in linked models as well as linked data. I don't have enough time to invest in that, but there are ontologies of industries, of various other things there, and QDT is mentioned there. And those presentations you just saw me flash through. You know, when you buy a book, you often see it in the back pages. If you like this book, here are some others you might like. Yes, well, that's what those last 3 slides were really about. Yeah. So I learned, because we all want coffee, don't we? Yes. And okay.
Thank you very much. And there's a lot of material there for participants to look at afterwards, as you said. Questions? We have a question here, if we can get a microphone.
Sometimes I want to write the questions down, actually. fully very banal one. A banal one. Okay.
Johannes Kaiser, FAO. Ralph, you're speaking a lot about Sparkle. Are you convinced that triple stores and Sparkle will be the future of storing and querying RDF? Because people in my team are not convinced at all, and I would really like to hear an opinion from you about this.
Do you know? Is this microphone working again? Sparkle 1.1. Yeah, we're using Sparkle 1.1, which is very different from Sparkle 1.0. So when we see some of those queries, we're dealing with property paths, we're dealing with magic properties, we're dealing with even higher order logic when we put functions in those positions. Yeah, we've found the question was, do I really believe in it? I have to. You know, we're vested in it. We've been so busy with it. It's more. I think I want to convert the question: is there an alternative? Yes, rather than do I believe in it? If we want to be intimate with triples because we think triples are the canonical form of representing knowledge, then we need something like Sparkle. I don't see anything else like Sparkle. If we want to go beyond that, there's so much going on with functional programming, and you might find something else there, but you will lose identifiers. You will lose all the other good stuff about triples and Sparkle. And if you're working in a closed world sense, there may be alternatives, and we have enough time this evening maybe to do that. But we want the benefit of linkability. We want the benefit of URIs and magic, this, that, and the other. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Vasilis Peristeros for those that cannot see me. We have seen several presentations today for people working with XML technologies, not with RDF technologies. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it was only the Publications Office that showed us an operational system based on RDF. So I would like to ask you, if these people ask, what is the main benefit that I will get if I switch to RDF technologies and this type of solutions that you presented here?
As opposed to XML.
Yes?
Yes.
And what is the major challenge that I will face if I decide to go this path? What could you say? Two questions, basically, in one.
So the first question would be the big problem with XML, and I had to build an XML sculpture to get it out of my system, yes? And I should offer that at some point and build some more sculptures. But angle brackets and balls and trying to make connections between them and trying to have this XML structure connect with this. You cannot bring these things together without program, yeah? With RDF, because it's in a canonical form, and if you use consistent identifiers, things intrinsically merge, yeah? That's a huge advantage, yeah? There's no question about that. If you're doing XML, you're spraying code all the time, yeah? If you're doing triples without too much of a model, you might be spraying Sparkle too much, yeah? That's another question to get into. On the second thing you asked, which had to do with what are the challenges? Competency development. There's two or three challenges. One that I experienced very early when I went to Washington, D.C. to talk to the U.S. government about these technologies in 2003. We had a big conference at the White House Conference Center on this. What I experienced was too many people had too much to lose if this technology was going to take effect. Yeah? The big system integrators have Java people, they have relational database people, they have XML people. So the skills problem is a huge problem. There's not enough being taught perhaps in university. I was talking to some colleagues earlier today, I think, about that, how to improve education so that people come out of college more informed about these technology. And the other challenge, of course, is maturity of the technology. The triple stores are getting better and better, and that's encouraging, and we are learning how to. The people I hire now for my company are relational database people, because over the years they've really got a handle on that. Yeah, so we need to bring that to the semantic stores. Another challenge, I'm losing the important thing to say here, might have to do with just it was touched on a few times. How can you trust things? Yes, the provenance ontology takes us somewhere, but I built a small ontology with a colleague called Vogue, vocabulary about attribution and governance. How do you know that what you're about to trust isn't going to change? Yes, what guarantees? Service level agreements, if you like. So there are challenges on how much you have to build yourself, how much you can rely on in the industry. Yes, so. Perhaps we end there. I could keep on thinking of more answers. But, yeah.
Final question.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Antonis Stasis from the Hellenic Ministry of Administration, Reform and Governance. You passed very quickly a very interesting slides that you were talking about versioning and history. And one operational issue that we all face, and it's very important when we talk about convergence or whatever, is that in the end of the day, that in every domain or in every system, we have legacy data that have been interpreted in a semantic way. And now we are saying, due to the convergence, that we have to change it. So what do you suggest as some important steps that an organization should do in order to be able to adapt towards?
Leave the data where it is and build a bridge to it. Have it reappear as in RDF, and those bridges are getting more formalized. I like the mention of patterns. We need all kinds of patterns, and it is a very important idea. The important idea of patterns here is the adapter pattern, yes, to be able to leave legacy data where it is and reach into it, and either reach into it on a as need basis or a just in case. When people talk about connecting the dots, there are three meanings to that. Find more like this, which is the hardest thing to do, or find more about this, which is following the link. And then the third thing I'll leave as a discussion later, yeah, as a mystery. But there is an importance to what I've just said there in terms of, in many cases, well, in both those two cases of find more like this and find more about this, you can reach into the data. In the find more about this, you can do it very dynamically. In the find more like this, you might have to bring a lot of data into memory to do your queries, because you're doing what's traditionally done in a data warehouse or an OLAP cube. You're slicing and dicing, figuring out stuff. Yeah? So I don't know if I've deviated from your question, but it's more, I think it's a strong principle of keeping things where they are. Don't look after things the way they have been looked after. It's kind of like the inspiration I got going around the Acropolis and the Acropolis Museum, yes? Respect the way things are, yes?
Thank you very much for this presentation. And with that, we move to coffee. 15 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to have pressed you.
That's right. Well, I was going very fast, yeah.
Is that more or less everybody who is in now, or do we still expect a few more people? Okay, so let's start with the next part of this conference. We're on the home run. And first an announcement. As we're running out of time, we have postponed the buses slightly so that we have time for the last drink as well. The buses will now leave at 7. But if anybody has a problem with that, if you had counted on a connection to the airport or something similar, please tell us, because there is flexibility on that. But for the rest, otherwise, if nobody tells us, the buses will leave at 7. And with that, I leave over to Stein Godartier from PricewaterhouseCoopers is going to chair the panel, moderate the panel session that is coming up now. He's going to recuperate all the time that I lost for the previous part of the day. No, that's not true.
Okay, then let's speed up. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, now we have this panel discussion today, and with this panel discussion, we want to go back to the basics of e-government. We want actually to go back to the base registries, and we want to make it a discussion. So that's why we have brought together this very interesting and very diverse panel. And I say diverse because although we have 4 panelists, actually they represent 3 levels of government, and they also represent the industry. So we have the national, the regional, and the local government represented here, and we also have a panelist from industry. So I'm very pleased to actually introduce you to our first panelist, who is from the Antonis Stasis. He is from the Hellenic Ministry of Administration Reform and e-governance. So this is also the ministry that has actually supported us in the organization of this conference, and we are just so very, very thankful that you have done this amidst of many other initiatives and work. So Antonis, can you tell us something more about your organization? So I'll display the slide.
Thank you very much for the opportunity that you give us to put some views on this discussion of the base registry. We are the ministry that we are responsible for the structure and operation of public administration in Greece. We are also responsible for e-government policy, and from that point of view we have the responsibility for the operational program of administration reform. In terms of base registry, we are experts because we are not responsible for any base registry in Greece. So the other ministries usually are responsible depending on the population, Ministry of Interior, depending on the vehicles or whatever, different ministries, but we have the responsibility to coordinate them and try to find out how we can create aggregated services to citizens and business based on the information that have the base registry. So this is a big challenge for us. And
Okay, thank you for that introduction. I'd like to hear how you are coordinating that. So from the south we go to the north, we go to our industry speaker from Norway, David Norheim. If you could maybe introduce a bit yourself and the organization that you work for.
Yes, David Norheim. I come from a company called Computus. We're a solutions company based out of Norway, but with operations in both the Nordic countries and Balkans, and also some in Paris. We're about 250 employees, but we have a foundation in e-government, in especially case management, but also information management, and are involved in interoperability projects both in Denmark and in Norway. Myself, I have a background in semantic web for 12 years now. I used to work for the JRC some years ago in the Commission, and we try to show that solutions are actually that we're able to build solutions on the semantic web tools and standards that are there now, which also I think Ralph mentioned. We work tightly with Top Quadrant, so on quite a few of these projects.
Okay, very interesting to see if semantic technologies can be used also for base registries. So our next panelist is from a regional government. So Katrien de Smet, if you could introduce the organization you work for.
I'm working for the Flemish government, for the Corvée, there's the coordination cell for e-government. And we are helping the administrations to reuse the information out of the base registries, because there is one principle. Everything the government already knows about, you don't need to give it to them again. And so we've built the Magda platform. That's a platform by which we can give information to other administrations, so they can connect via the platform to base registries. And about another thing we're doing is giving incentives on VIP projects. There are Flemish innovation projects. The last year they were going about open data, and this gives some interesting point of views about e-government. Another thing that we did was building the public service catalog, who is also used by ISA to test the core public service vocabulary.
Thank you for that introduction. So I live in Flanders, so I'm very happy that you're trying to live by the only once principle for e-government. So then, and our final panelist today is Nikolai Skovman-Malkov from the local government Denmark. Nikolai?
I represent local government Denmark. Local government Denmark is the association of the 98 Danish municipalities, and we negotiate with central government on behalf of the municipalities. We are an employees organization for the municipalities, and a number of other things. The Danish municipalities represent or account for about 50% of national public spending in Denmark. So it's quite huge organizations, and it's quite an important part of the public sector in Denmark. There are 98 individual municipalities. They have their own IT systems. In theory, they could have 98 different implementations of IT systems, but they do have common systems because historically we've had one big supplier, and when we sold that off because we wanted competition, we made a project organization Combit to make IT projects on behalf of the municipalities. We have huge interoperability problems in the municipalities, both vertically and horizontally, and one of these things are, of course, access to base registers and basic data.
Okay. So it is a relevant discussion that we're going to have. I can feel it. So, well, before I start with the questions, I'd like to run through 2 slides of theory from the European Interoperability Framework with you, just to make sure that we all are on the same terms what a base registry is. So it is defined in the EIF, in the European Interoperability Framework, as a trusted, authentic source of information. And actually, so these base registries, they contain the master data for the public sector on items such as persons, companies, vehicles, permits, building registries, locations, and roads. So that's the definition. And in the European Interoperability Framework, the base registries are called the cornerstone of public services, precisely because the data that they contain is the master data, and it's used in many different administrative processes, and it's used for the delivery of many different public services. So, for example, a company register, it could be used, or it should be used by governments in its process for giving permits, for tax collection, for environmental control, for employment policies and programs. So it does not make sense to duplicate information in different data stores. At least not the information that is key to governments. So, well, with this small bit of theory, I would like to ask the panelists, so whether access to base registers and semantic interoperability, whether that is still an issue for your organization. So I propose to start with you, Antonis.
Yes, and I think it's a great issue due to the reason that the recent years our ministry had set up a regulation saying that whenever an information is required in a process, then the citizen or the business is not obliged to bring it. The administration must to look for it. So from that point of view, the interoperability and access to different databases and to base registers is very important. And when we try to do it in electronic way, we realized trying to do the semantic analysis of the processes, of the documents, of the data that are exchanged during the work that we did for the Greek interoperability framework. We realized that all the agencies had different registries for different specific reasons, and the same data have the same different interpretation that made this a great mess on how we could handle it. So there were raised a lot of questions. What is the structure in the end of the day that the data should be transferred? Who is going to access, and how do we respect data privacy against openness? And all these issues are still a bit discussion in Greece.
Okay, so thank you. So I'd say that fragmentation of base registers is something that is you mentioned as a problem. Is that also something that you have in the Nordic countries?
Absolutely. I think there are differences here between the Norwegian and the Danish government. Norwegian public administration is very decentralized, and it also becomes a policy of decentralization when you talk about bringing things together. And this may actually become a driver for linked data. We're seeing now that they already have, due to the PSI directive, there's a lot of open data, and the registry of companies are already open. But we're seeing that there's another entity that is doing this openness, and they may create URIs and suddenly become a kind of an authority. And this challenge the steward to actually do that job himself, which is could be a good thing. The Danish government is more want to do this from a central hub, and they have also bought out the rights to the data in a way that allows them to use them as open data, and they're on the way to do it also linked. So, but I think the semantic interoperability here is the biggest problem, not the access.
Okay, and in the Flemish region, which what is the status? What are the problems in the Flemish region, Katrien?
I think the problems are similar than the other two speakers said. What we see is a base registry is made in a specific domain, and when you want to use the information out of the base registry in other domains, you're having a kind of problems about a lack of information, or because they are interpreting information another way. One of the things we are people are saying a lot to us is about base registry on enterprises. They need another address than the address they are receiving out of the base registry. In the base registry, they find the address of the headquarter, but they want to have the address where they can communicate with the people who are working there. And so, and for them, it's a reason not to use it. But sometimes, for some dossiers, you need to contact the headquarter, and so it's useful. But sometimes you miss the information to really get working with it.
So there is, if I hear it correctly, so it's a huge coordination effort to make public administrations use the base registers, and also to gather their requirements, additional requirements that they may have for information in the base registers. And then the example you gave was address registers.
On the base registry about enterprises, there is given a lot of sessions at municipalities how they can use the information they find in it, because sometimes you do not see if a company still exists, because in Belgium you need to pay when you're I don't know how you say it in English, als je failliet bent, when your enterprise is broke, you need to pay to change it in the base registry. So it's a problem, and we can in the sessions we point to the users and if it's not correct filled in, you can see this other information that an enterprise is not existing anymore. So they learn how to use the information out of the base registry.
So interesting that you bring up the municipalities, because that brings us to the local public administrations, also to Nicolai. So.
Okay, as comes for access to base registries, I think the good basic data program that's being undertaken at the moment in Denmark from central government with in cooperation with us will overcome many of the problems with access to basic data. But we're not quite there yet. We still have these issues that's stemming from more than 40 years of history of basic registries. We had our central persons registry is from 1968, so we have quite a long history of basic registries, and some of these registries are almost 40 years old. So we can't do all these things that we want to do at the moment. So we have to make private vendors do things for us in order for us to use the basic data, which means that we have to pay quite a lot of money for data that's is supposed to be free or sort of free. So that's one issue. Another issue is that data is, of course, not semantically defined in a way that they should be. So that's another thing that will come for the basic data. In the basic data initiative, we will have a common data model that will be interlinked and with model rules in how to model the data. But in the municipalities, there are basic data that are not stored in basic registries. We have organizational data for instance, which from a municipal day-to-day operations point of view is very much a basic data. We need that, and it's stored in 10 to 15 different systems across the municipality with 10 to 15 different different semantic definitions. So very often we don't know, we can't tell from any system which is your boss, who's your project leader, or project manager, and so on. It's simple questions that you're not really able to answer, because organization is not a formal organizational hierarchy. It's everywhere, and it's fundamental to everything you do. So that's an effort that we're putting quite a lot of. That's an issue we're putting quite a lot of effort into at the moment through our municipal architectural frameworks. That is a big initiative to overcome these primarily horizontal interoperability problems that we have in the municipalities.
Yeah. Okay, so you said it. So very often at the local level, basic data is not in the base registries, so it's duplicated with all consequences for data quality and so on. So that's the problem. And so then actually my next question is, so do you know of any good solutions to that problem? And so previously John Sheridan already said, so persistent identifiers are more important to semantic interoperability than common data models. Is that something that, I don't know, I'm asking the panelists, you would see as part of this common solution? Antonis, what are your thoughts?
I will repeat something that I heard in the morning session for the other speakers. When we are talking about good solution, we are not talking about national solution or even European solution, but we are talking for global solutions. So from that point of view, I think that it's very interesting to look back into the work that has been done either in projects that a lot of countries are participating, or of course the work on ISA or other committees that reflect big communities behind them. So from that point of view, for me it's very interesting as a solution, not exactly to the base registry, but for the access, or the work that has been done in Stork project, that we have more than 19 countries participating, and I think this is amazing in the sense that they have all collected information about the ID, about the legal person entities, about the mandates and the powers that they have to use in order to gain access, and they have concluded to something, a data model that could be supported for interoperability reasons.
Yeah, actually, you shared these slides or these data models with me, indeed.
Well, this is, for instance, the Stork proposal, what supports for the person, The information, how this information derived from what information usually the identity providers for the member states that were participating were able to provide. And of course, on the other hand, what the service provider needed, at least, in order to offer specific kind of services. So they concluded to something like that. Is this work similar to other works, for instance, the ISA core vocabulary? Yes, if you see it, it's very similar. And of course, there are some inconsistencies due to the context and due to the reason that they were making a different time. The Stork solutions are about 2009. ISA core vocabulary is a little bit later. So, for instance, you will not find in Stork the patronymic name as supported, or you will not find the date of death, because transactions with dead people are not in the context of electronic transactions. So, but in the end of the day, you see a lot of similarities and a lot of things that could be done. The issue that here happens, and it's very important, is that we discussed in the previous session about history, versioning, and how this could evolve without affecting the real system and data that exists today. The other, I think, structure that is very interesting is, of course, the legal persons, the companies, data that, because this has done a little bit later, around 2011, you can find one-to-one mapping to the ISA called vocabularies. And I think this is very encouraging. And one final issue that we should pay attention is the mandate issue, because it is interesting to know the powers, and this is a work that has not yet done, at least in the context of ISA and Europe, and this has to be discussed, how this could provide a taxonomy for powers. For instance, for legal persons, we may need powers for financial issues, for health issues, for representation, or things like that. So I think this could be a solution that we could consider, and to be expanded in the content of basis registers, at least for persons, business registries, and population registries.
So this actually, so according to you, actually these Stork data models and the Stork pilots demonstrate that it is possible to interconnect base registries across borders and to provide trusted information about legal persons and about natural persons from different member states through harmonized service. So, okay, that's definitely an interoperability solution for base registries, I would say. So, so David, do you see any other interoperability solutions?
I think from what I see from Scandinavia is you have two different models. You have a model where it's very focused on the reporting to government, not for sharing so much, which is happening in Norway, and it comes down to reducing cost for the business. Being a high-cost country, that's a very important driver. So we have a common system for reporting to government, and that is supported by a common metadata repository. So that's already in place. The problem is it's not built for share. It's based on model-driven architecture principles with no common identifiers and no thinking of that there's data in there to be shared. The Danish model is more about publishing this core data, and their thinking is to build this on ontologies, or we're doing some piloting, that we will reuse these common vocabularies from W3C and EU. And I think that's more to build for share, where you can also repeat that pattern downwards and share your data with through common identifiers and common models with the local parts of the government.
That sounds very promising. That the Danish government will use the core vocabularies and link data technology to make the base registers better accessible.
I have to say it's a pilot, so we have to, but I think this goes down to the more the focus on innovation than the cost reduction.
Okay, very interesting. Katrien, do you see any solutions, and how mature are they?
In Flanders, we are supporting a project of a local ICT organization. An organization is working for local authorities, who is developing an open standard for local authorities. It's based on the base registries, but it has extensions with the information they are needing within administrations, and it's a domain model for exchanging information in local administrations, because we see there that the base registries are mainly used in the domains they are made for. So the base registry about persons is used in citizen administration. The library isn't using it, so when someone dies, the library doesn't know, so you can still receive letters from the library. And these are painful examples. There are other examples as well, but this are we further developing and checking with some real examples if it's really working, the standard they are developing. A second one, it's not cross-border information sharing, but information sharing between local authorities and the federal and the Flemish governments. We have made our public service catalog. This is containing descriptions of public services, but only the general information. We have a few regulations, not a few, we have a lot of regulations on federal and Flemish level, but the municipalities, they can add some procedures or other requirements. And we wanted to have these information, also the contact information, so we can share it and use it to make more citizen friendly and enterprise friendly information portals.
Thank you for that. And that domain model that you mentioned, that was Oslo, right? So Oslo, it has nothing to do with the capital of Norway, David, but it's an extension of the core vocabularies, and it stands for open standards for local authorities, so local administrations. So Nikolai, local administrations.
Yeah, we do have, I'm not going to speak about single solutions, but more about our architectural framework that we are working on at the moment. It's about objects and how objects are distributed across the different IT systems in the municipalities. And an example of that is organization. We have a Danish standard for organization that's been in effect since 2009. It's not directly compatible with the core organization, but or the registered organization, but it will be in the future. I think it's an initiative we're undertaking now. But now we have the Danish organization standard. Based on that, we are building. We made a building block with the processes working on this this core object of organization and all the relations of organization and its attributes. We have a unique global identifier for the objects in the building block, and we have bitemporal properties for the objects, so that we can distribute them across systems and track them back over time. So we have registration, and we have what time they are in effect. We see that as a prerequisite for doing service-oriented, event-driven architecture that we want to do. On top of that, we have we're building now a service component or a sort of a municipal register for organization. It's a company that is undertaking that project on behalf of the municipalities, and it will be a sort of a consolidated view of the organization in the municipalities. It will not be one organization. There will be several organizations, but you can have a consolidated view of the organization that you need for specific IT solutions, and that's a very important prerequisite if you want to make not cross-border but cross-municipal transactions, which is challenging enough today.
Yes, I guess so. So yeah, indeed, organization registries or organization data is often duplicated and fragmented, I'd say, in many applications. So, okay, very important. So I have then actually one final question, and maybe I'll also ask you to give one short answer. And so we have some policymakers, I hope, in this room. And, well, I would like to ask the panelists, so what should governments do to actually improve the semantic interoperability of base registers? So if there's one thing that they should do, what should they focus on? So Antonis.
Well, one thing is regulation. I think can semantic interoperability be regulated? Yes, I think that some basic entities should be regulated, and I think in this direction the EDAS draft regulation that has been accepted by the member states is very good starting point. Not the only one, of course, because we have a lot of other regulations that have defined the transaction, for instance, regarding SEPA, regarding invoicing, regarding... So all these issues help us a lot to know what we have to comply with. In terms of base registries, it's very important to discuss issues about liability of information, which is important in order to be able to reuse and trust other source of information. So from that point of view, an interoperability framework more detailed than being in a concept, I think it's necessary and will facilitate a lot and help the industry to focus on something, help public administration to know when they request specification, what they have to request, and will accelerate a lot.
So David, do you also see this legal basis and the legal meaning and liability? Do you see also this?
I do, but I would answer shortly with going a little bit back to the keynote this morning from Ms. Paul, that we should focus on architectural principles and guidelines, not too big frameworks. Simple things like reuse of core vocabularies, avoid building complex models. If you can reuse, just avoid building complex. That's not the way to go. That's too large building blocks, and it's the best way also to scare the governments to actually put them into use. Serialization neutrality. Don't try to talk about RDF or XML. It's a model, and then you serialize to it. And of course, and I agree with Ralph there that today RDF is the best model to model it, but not to necessarily distributed. And I think this talk about persistent identifiers is extremely important, and with the SLAs, you have to have the level. They need to be persistent, and you have to have a service behind it. And everyone is not special. It's just bullshit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I'm sure that our project officer would also he loved the.
Yeah, one last comment also. There's a new Secretary of State, Secretary in the Norwegian government for ICT, and he said that moving the public sector is like moving a graveyard. You don't get help from the people there. So just principles.
Katrien, what is the single thing that you would recommend policymakers?
We have already a Parliament Act, but we see that it's not enough. You need to help everyone who wants to use the base registries, so how they can use it and how they can gain something with it. And you need a buy-in from them. When they don't see what they can gain, they will not use it, and they will stay to their sentence. Everyone is special, and it's not from my domain. I do it my way.
So even if you make it mandatory, you put it in legislation, you still need to get the buy-in. So what's in for it?
Not in Flanders, maybe somewhere else.
And Nicolai, what would be your recommendation?
Well, it's a bit like preaching for the choir at the moment to this crowd, but anything I can say about core vocabularies and anything is said before. So I think one point is that it should be perhaps it should be need driven. We definitely have a need to get information from person registries from cross borders, because if people come to Denmark to work or live, we need to authenticate that they are the people they claim they are, that they have the children they claim to have, and so on. So if you can make these need-driven political agendas, perhaps you can move things. I think you can do a lot technically, but there'll be a lot of things that are not feasible or that anyone wishes when it comes to political will.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, indeed. The demand and the buy-in, indeed. Okay, so I propose to leave it at this, and maybe there's time for one or two small questions from the audience, but we should, we actually went a little bit over time, but so still, I apologize for that. So, if there are no questions from... Oh, there is one question. I think it's Mats Hjort. Can you...
I have a short comment on something that the base registers could do to get more involved or provide better service, because I think one of the things as a implementer or user of base registers or an IT architect in government is that base registers always say no. When you ask them about, could you please store this bit of information for me? You have the full infrastructure. I just need to save 1 kilobyte of information next to your identity. Then I could save my own system. I don't have to operate a whole base register. But I've never heard a single base register saying, oh, you have some extra data for me. It doesn't fit in my model. I can only serve it to you. But if base registers could start thinking about themselves as a storage service, and actually it's the storage service that provides the best safeguarding and the best service of information, every solution architect will come running and ask for you corporation to store the data. I think the problem that Nikolai has with the organization registers is that the central organization register won't take the extra data he needs to store. The person register don't want to take the extra data he needs to store. Data costs nothing to transfer, nothing to store, unless you have a lot of it. But on this scale, it's absolutely possible. So that 1% extra storage will change the game for the use of base registers.
Okay, that's interesting. David, do you have a...
Yeah, very shortly. I think you're right. I think it has to do with stewardship. I think it has to do with ability to partition the data in your system and govern that. But I've seen the same. They say no. I'm not saying linked data is the solution to that. I think also there's things they should decide on what they want to be, like you mentioned. But I think linked data may also, if you have these persistent identifiers, someone else could do that job for you. You could have private sector to innovate on this as well. But we don't have that service today, at least not that I've seen. Yeah.
Okay, that's, I think, a very good answer. So the persistent identifiers and then RDF for data distribution or another technology. So if there is no other question from the audience, I propose to move to the next speaker. That will also bring us more quickly to the drink. So, so thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Steins. Thank you very much to the panelists for this interesting round view. We move to the next item on our agenda. I have two speakers next to me here. And next item is on making open data work for Europe, as you've seen. And we have Mr. Rizzi and Mr. Lutas, Daniele Rizzi and Nikolaus Lutas. Daniele works for DG Connect for the open data unit, and Nikolaus Lutas works for PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they will talk about how to make this work best in our context. So please take the floor.
Thank you, Gertrud. Thank you for your patience. We will try to be very quick to let some time for the drink as well. And I'm coming here with a sort of coup de grace subject, which is European legislation, but I will be extremely short on this at least. And Nikos will take over with more concrete and interesting, or at least down to the field issues. Thank you. I can take that. So I am Daniele Rizzi from DG Connect. Yes, and this presentation will cover two aspects. First, very quickly, the European Union policies on open data, and then a concrete action that we are making now to support open data in Europe. In general, why we are dealing with open data, we have a certain number of, we think, good reasons to promote open data. And we think that open data are certainly beneficial and need to be exploited for creating business and new jobs. This is one of the main issues and main points that our commissioner is promoting since a while. Of course, open data are also useful for improving and making transparent government, so vis-à-vis citizens, to show how governments are accountable. And also they have a very huge importance for scientific progress. All this has been taken into account in a communication that the Commission has issued on open data at the end of 2011. Communication which, based on these reasons that I just explained, included a certain number of concrete actions for the following years. One of these actions was the adoption of a revised version of the Public Sector Information Directive, and also the implementation of the PSI and an open data through, in particular, open data portals. This communication, or the principles on which this communication was based, have been reinforced and then confirmed by the conclusions of the European Council in last October, where open data were specifically mentioned together with big data. The PSI directive, first of all, it has been revised last year, less than 1 year ago. The main point, which I think makes the difference compared to the previous version, is now the principle is that public sector information must be open by default, and only in case there are some exceptions applicable, then this could be applicable. While in the past, basically data were made available by public administrations if they wished to do that. And once they were made available, there were certain conditions to be respected. Now it is the opposite. So it's quite an important principle. It is not open data completely, at least in the sense that it is not fully free of charge, for example. There are still ways for administration to charge, but these charges should be limited as much as possible, and there are some thresholds which should be respected. And we are still encouraging as much as possible free of charge access and reuse. There should be no discrimination between reuse for commercial and non-commercial purposes, which is also an important principle which has been reinforced here. And as I said, the other instrument to implement open data to facilitate and implement a sort of, in a way, an open data infrastructure in the European Union is the creation and the implementation of portals. A portal for the European institutions and a portal basically federating national and regional portals in the EU. The first of these portals, so the portal for the European institutions and bodies, has been opened for the first time in December 2012. It is now up and running, and it is no more in beta version since December last year. It is operated by our colleagues in the Publications Office, which are making a very good job. And you can see, not in detail, but you can see those graphs to the right, which show that there has been a huge increase in the number of data providers. That's the number of institutions and DGs in the Commission, which has raised from 9 at the beginning to now more than 40. And in the number of data sets contained in the portal, which is now around 7,000. The portal is still work in progress. It is continually increasing. It is not yet covering all the DGs in the Commission. There is still a lot of work to be done, but it is certainly something which is progressing very fast, both in terms of content and in terms of use. Now, for what concerns the open data coming from European public administrations, the idea again is creating a portal. It should be a single gateway to give access to any kind of information coming from public administration in the EU. So the concept as such is not new, of course, it's a portal. And creating also services are open data. What we have now available is a pilot, which has been developed under one of our research and innovation projects. It is publicated.eu. It is already containing almost 50,000 data sets from 14 countries. So it is not, of course, yet, it is a pilot, it is not yet covering all EU member states. This is mainly due to budget reasons. The budget for the portal is limited, and mainly only the portals which already use the same technology and are easily connectable are there. There is this time to improve, but this is just a transition to something which will be developed in a proper way through the program which has already been mentioned, which is Connecting Europe Facilities. an infrastructure for open data is one of the digital services infrastructure which has been defined to belong to this work program already from this year, 2014. The idea is to create again a portal, and facilitate the access and download of data sets, and also facilitate the use and reuse of data. So it was mentioned at some time today that we are working on interoperability, but at the end what the users want. And here we try to implement, of course, not only the fact that data are accessible and they are interoperable, but also try to implement some tools which facilitate the use, especially from end users which are not professionals. This will be, I will go back a bit, this will start to be developed from 2015, so there is a work program 2014 now adopted and published, and in the course of this year we will start the definition of how to develop the infrastructure from 2015 onwards. I can invite you to give a look to the work program, which contains already quite a detailed information on what we are going to do next year. So just to conclude this part on the legal and let's say policy framework, I already mentioned the conclusion of the European Council, and I want to conclude here mentioning something which is even broader. It is at the more global level. Last year the G8 was under the UK presidency, and there has been a huge effort in promoting and making actions to support open data. And in particular, there has been a work which has led to the definition of an open data charter, which contains basic principles on open data, which really create the foundation for continue to work on open data. This, of course, is not legislation, so it's not obliging as such countries to do something. Nevertheless, based on open data, on the Open Data Charter, at least the G8 members, 4 out of the 8 are, of course, Europeans, committed to an implementation plan, so concrete actions to implement the principle of the Data Charter. And the EU, so the Commission and other institutions, have already committed to do concrete steps, including, I can mention one of those points, publishing all the data through the Open Data Portal. I think I should stop here. Yeah, this is just a list of things that you can connect, and now I leave the floor to Nikos for the continuation.
Thank you, Daniele. How does this work actually? Interesting. Okay, yes. Yeah, found it. So actually, earlier one of our speakers mentioned that even if the legal framework is there to enforce something, you need to support people, and in order to make this happen. And actually, this is exactly what this project is doing. We're providing open data support, hence our name, in order to actually improve the visibility and facilitate the access of datasets that are currently published on local and national open data portals. Why is this needed? Earlier on in the morning it was mentioned that we have, roughly speaking, 160 portals currently, data portals, that claim to be open government data portals. What we noticed by analyzing these portals is that some of them are actually official government data portals, others are portals of NGOs, others may even be the outcome of a master thesis that found some data somewhere and it's publishing it online. So what we mean by open government data is sometimes very flexible. What DigiConnect wanted to do here is that they wanted to have really one single point of access, an official point of access to data sets that are actually published by the government. And why is this important? Because then their users can actually find the data sets they need, they can trust the providers, they can be sure about the persistence, and so on and so forth. So in this context, we're running this 3-year project together with experts in the field like Tenforce and Max Deckers, who was here earlier. And yep, sorry. Yes. And actually, our project comprises of 3 lines of services, and this is what I'm going to elaborate on later on. On the one hand, we have our publishing services. So what are we doing there? We're visiting each and every member state, and there's two lines of work. If actually a member state has an open data portal in place, a national open data portal in place, we make sure that we connect this open data portal with a national, this pan-European metadata infrastructure that we have built in the project. In case the member state doesn't have an open data portal, we provide some hands-on support on publishing high-value data, like data coming from base registers. So for those that are more advanced, we can make sure their data will be better accessible via a pan-European infrastructure. For those that are starting now, we can actually help them build some capability in publishing open data. Then we offer our training services, and as I will discuss later on, we have two sorts of trainings. We have on-site trainings that we offer to public servants in the member states, and we also have an online training service. And later on, we also have some very focused consulting services that are provided on demand and under the instructions of DG Connect and Daniele. So let's see how open data support is actually making the search for datasets easier. As I mentioned already, we have created a central metadata store actually, and a central metadata platform. What we do there is we create connectors or bridges or harvesters, call them whatever you want, with national data portals. And we actually harvest the descriptive metadata of datasets. So we go, for example, to the Slovenian data portal, we get their metadata, and then because the metadata of the different countries are different, we make sure that the metadata is mapped, is aligned based on a standard. And the standard is actually the DCAT application profile. It's a vocabulary that was developed in a collaboration by the ISA program, DG Connect, and the Publications Office, along with a multidisciplinary audience of experts in the field, open data portal owners, people from data.gov in the US, people from standards bodies, and so on and so forth. For those that you are more into the field, you probably recognize DCAT in the name, and you are right, the DCAT application profile is actually an application profile of DCAT, which recently became a W3C recommendation. So what we do is we use this common vocabulary to harmonize the data sets of the data and make it available through this single point of access. We currently have 9 catalogs already connected, and by already connected we mean that we have weekly harvests of 9 operational government data portals. You can see the logos of the people that we're currently connected to on the slide, and we're also working with another 6 to 7 data portals. We have 56,000 datasets. The important thing is that these datasets and their metadata that are accessible through our metadata infrastructure are harmonized. They are all described using the DCAT application profile. They are all using the named authority lists of the Publications Office and Eurovoc. Hence, there is some limited support of multilingualism. Of course, not all content is available on all languages. And interestingly, also, we make sure that the metadata is also translated from the national language to English. So that also helps multilingualism. I also mentioned that we have some training services, and I have to run here a bit. We have 2 sorts of training services. We have an online training service. It can be accessed at training.opendatasupport.eu, and we also offer on-site training services for public servants in the member states. We have offered up to now 10 on-site trainings in different countries. Many of you have met us, and we have trained roughly 500 to 600 public servants, and we plan to have 36 in total, so you can imagine the numbers after the end of the project. So please go on our training website, find our training material, and contact us in case we're visiting your country in order to take part in the training. For more information, you can find us on JoinUp, where we keep the authoritative source of all material produced by the project. You can find us on SlideShare, follow us on Twitter, and of course contact us via email. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Daniele and Nikos, for this interesting presentation. We see how it's interesting how semantic standards that are supported by the European Commission are widely supported and adopted within institutions and the member states, so this is very important. And also the importance of common vocabularies, which is one of the other key messages we've heard more about today, a lot about today. So we come to our last speaker of the day. Hope you are still up for it. Johannes Kaiser from the United Nations Food and...
Always worse for people who have to listen.
We're waiting for the drink. We're just... Okay, so Mr. Kaiser will share with us good practices on the management of vocabularies. And you come from you are the Information Systems Officer at the FAO of the United Nations. So thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Whenever you have your slides.
I'm fighting against Windows again.
Well, it's not frozen this time. I see that.
No, it's not frozen.
It just needs a drink as well.
No, sometimes they...
Yeah.
So I just start. I'm not from your area. My team is not working in... Okay, I'm not from your area. My team is not working in e-government issues. We are working in technical information, scientific information, in agriculture, nutrition. We are working for the Food and Agriculture Organization. But AIMS, what you see here as my title, AIMS team leader, AIMS stands for Agricultural Information Management Standards. And our goal is not so different from what is ISA, the interoperability for the European Union data sets. We are also working parallel and in contacts for many, many years. So I accepted with pleasure the invitation to come here and to speak a bit about the things that we are doing. I think speaking too much about the necessity of open vocabularies as a need for linked open data here is preaching to the converted. So I just want to use this opportunity to point out some of the problems that we still see outside there, show you some what we have done, and then I want to make a sales pitch about something what we have done in community also already with parts of the European Commission, and what I think is a common interest of all of us. I have to go back to this. Okay, yeah, but so I have to go back to the machine anyway because I have to switch between the browser and the presentation. This is something what every one of you knows, and this is something what pretends to be something what does not exist, a linked open data infrastructure. Because mostly what we have at the moment is RDF silos. You dump a data set as RDF, it's straightforward. It's not really complicated to make out of your structured data an RDF data set. Then you have hand-knitted 50 links, because this is to be accepted in the linked open data cloud, and then you show this linked open data. But these are not linked open data. But the reality for us is still more gray and bad. Because most of the data sets we are still working with are there in this way. This is about wheat data, because we launched within the Research Data Alliance a working group on wheat data interoperability, because wheat is one of the very important staple foods of this planet. And if you go to the important data set of Semic example, what is presented is more or less like this. This is only human readable, and you have to browse it data set by data set. We always say linked open data means not only technologically open. RDF is more than technology, I know. Also, RDF it has its own semantics. But only dumping data sets as RDF doesn't make linked open data. And semantically open means working with open vocabularies. To give you a more practical insight to this, what we are doing, I want to speak about three things: AgroVoc, Agris, and the Workbench. Does this mean anything for you? Most probably not. Who of you knows AgroVoc? Not so bad. At least 6, 7 here. Who of you knows Agris? Less, but it's normal because AgroVoc at least has got some reputation in the linked open data and semantic web area as maybe the first traditional thesaurus that was published as linked open data and as a concept scheme. Agris is an information system. Workbench is the sales pitch I want to do. AgroVoc. This is a PUBI view. Do you know PUBI? This is a human readable interface on an RDF record of AgroVoc, what is published as linked open data. And you can see, if you go back to the presentation, the entire AgroVoc thesaurus of about 40,000 concepts has been changed into a concept scheme, and every concept has been defined as in URI. You see here that that was once the terms have become cost labels in the 23 languages in which AgroVoc is present. The thesaurus relationships have been remained, only encoded. And this is something what is important for my speech here. AgroVoc has been mapped against other vocabularies. And you see here, among others, EuroVoc. If you are, we are here not, no, okay. And this is Agris. Agris was an initiative of the Food and Agriculture Organization from the 70s. And until 2000, it was nothing else than a bibliographical database that was published by then Silver Platter and was available for Agris centers all over the world. Then we brought it on the web. And at the moment, we have 7 million Agris records on the web, and all these 7 million Agris records are published as linked open data. What you see here is only the core. These are the core bibliographic data. But if you look to the Agris page, as it is really, it looks like this. And this is still the bibliographical record, the core. And all what you see here on the right side are data that are linked through semantic linking, that are on call, queried from different data sources. An example, this is from the World Bank, this is from GBIF. As Nature published its basis on RDF, we went also into Nature, DBpedia, obviously, and also statistical databases from FAO. So what we did in this way, changing 7 million bibliographical records in 7 million web pages with rich information. And the mechanism how to do this is using the AgroVoc keywords. You see here the AgroVoc keywords, which are all encoded as URIs. And we use these URIs to map against other against other information systems. You see here from the country profiles, we had before the GBIF, and you have here the mapping with DBpedia, what all goes through the semantic linking of AgriVoc. Just an explanation. In the case of the World Global Hunger Index, a user queries the system and gets an AGRIS record with AgriVoc keywords. And if this AgriVoc URI is mapped against the IFPRI country database, it automatically generates within the AGRIS application the Global Hunger Index, without that there's any human editor involved into this, or without that you have to compose these pages manually. And this page shows a bit what are the problems also here. This shows the AgriVoc mappings. You see, one of the first things what we did was mapping AgriVoc with Eurovox, 6,779 mappings, and then you see the other mappings clearly with something like the NAL thesaurus from the National Agricultural Library of the United States. You get 30,000 mappings. This is doable with automatic methods and human control, but it's doable only if it stays in a certain framework. If any application that is published as RDF uses its own vocabularies, it's not doable anymore. Okay, I said it. I have not to preach to the converted. But you should not underestimate how little this is shared by many people who are working in the semantic web area. You say, oh, it's easy. You make your own vocabularies and you map them. But do a mapping of 1,000 vocabularies against each other. If you do it with 10, it's maybe doable. It's doable, and we should do it, as we show here in the vocabularies linked to AgriVoc. But it makes very clear if we do this vocabulary mapping, if information systems use these vocabularies, and you have one vocabulary for 10, 20 information systems, this is a cascading effect in linked open data. And this is why I was so enheartened from the beginning what was ISIS doing, in a time when we were looked at what are you doing, and when we were speaking about vocabularies in agriculture, no one understood. And this brings us to the last part of this talk. If you want to work with vocabularies, you need good vocabulary editors. And when we started to change AgriVoc from a traditional thesaurus into a concept-based scheme, we didn't find anyone what was suitable for us. So times ago, we started to develop something like a SCOS editor. This project has become bigger. And now we have something what is called the Voc Bench. And I show you, I said I would make a sales pitch. I show you the sandbox version, what every one of you can access. And as this presentations will be public, you will get the URI. You can log in as something. And then you will see a full-fledged vocabulary editor. And this has some specific properties. The important thing of this Workbench tool is that it was from the beginning a web-based. You don't need clients. The second is it was collaborative, because normally all the thesaurus editors had no workflow management. We made from the beginning this is a collaborative tool. It is native RDF support, so there is no in and export and something to get it into RDF to get a strange transformation. It is from the beginning SCOS XL enabled, and what is very important, it is able to manage large-scale vocabularies. It doesn't crash with 40,000 AgriVoc concepts, which transforms into 700,000 AgriVoc terms. What is another of the issues what traditionally thesaurus editors were not able to do.
And it's developing. It's constantly developing. We have created an open source community, what is constantly enriching the workbench with further ideas. And we have just released the version 2.1, which has the possibility, an example of multi-scheme management. And within the year, we will release a version that is able to align different vocabularies. What is the matching issue? What we said is so important. This was done by going out of our own community. And the first organization with which we got into a formal collaboration was the publication office of the EC, what after some experiences with proprietary tool decided to start to work on this and to see if this can manage the needs of the publication office. Now there is a list of different institutions that wants to collaborate, and there is my offer to become member of this community and to have a common tool to manage vocabularies. And this was also already my presentation, running through it. I don't know if I stayed in time. If you want to know more, some is in the slides, and I will be still here for the next half an hour.
So that was a great invitation to end the presentations today, a great invitation to collaborate. And I have not asked you for questions for these two last presentations. I propose that you ask them at the drink to save time, otherwise we will not have a drink. So I apologize very much to Daniel and Nikos and Johannes for that, but this is out of necessity. So we will wrap up the conference before you go out to your drink. But before that, can I just ask all the speakers to gather at the ISA stand outside for a photo before you take your glass or after grabbing the glass. You can also be photographed with a glass in hand. That's fine. So first, some words of conclusion, very very short. So first of all, in terms of attendance, we had 199 participants, excluding the speakers. We're very proud of that. Almost all member states were represented, but we talked Europe in general as well, because we have participants from Iceland, Norway, Russia, and Turkey here as well. We're very pleased to welcome Kshendra Paul from the United States for the keynote speech. It's very, very interesting. We very much look forward to continued and strengthened collaboration with you. We also have long way visitors from Japan, and we are very, very pleased to see you here as well, and we look forward to more structured contacts with you as well. So thank you very much for being here. And some takeaway messages from us then for the conference. We have seen that stakeholders' involvement and collaboration is of the utmost importance for enabling semantic interoperability solutions. That's the first one. We have the issue that semantic standards should be collaboratively developed. We go back to stakeholders again. Collaboratively developed with international standardization organizations in order to have a sustainable solution. We have seen that unique identifiers are very, very important. We have a sustainability issue in general. Interoperability solutions should have a guaranteed schema for sustainability, otherwise it's the adoption and reuse will be limited. So this is of key importance. Tools supporting semantic interoperability are being developed. We've seen that today. But there is a clear message on the need for more tools. Metadata management in itself, which was the topic of this year's conference, this is already happening in several member states. So it's very interesting to see the experiences that were presented today. And we should continue to share our experiences and identify best practices. And we saw that in the ISA study as well, the importance of this. But let's continue to intensify the efforts for sharing practices across Europe. So that's one of the last key messages that we want you to take home. And we also hope to see you next year in Latvia. We're already preparing that. And we thank in advance Latvia for helping us in the organization. But we also want to thank warmly the Greek presidency and the Ministry for Public Administration and the network, the National Centre for Public Administration, for hosting this conference and for helping to organize the conference. We thank you very much for that. And we wish you a very safe trip back home. And thank you very much for today. It's been very interesting. I've said, so photograph outside for all speakers, please, and enjoy your drinks. Thank you very much.